Chapter 1093. Anyone besides Dean Xiao. In other words, even Su Shirhe could fight him. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. That was what both Yang Yi and Xu Wushun thought right now. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Feng Qingyi again. Feng Qingyi seemed to be only around the age of 20. He wore green clothes, and his hair was tied behind his head like a ponytail by a piece of green string. His left hand was kept behind his back while his right held a green jade flute, and his entire body emanated a faint, scholarly aura. Extraordinary. Yang Yi felt that he was extraordinary. At the very least, he was much greater than Lu Qianxiao. Meanwhile, clamorous noise had erupted amidst the scholarly faction's forces. How could this be possible? How could Senior Brother Feng be helping the Law faction? How could this be possible? He was definitely forced to do so by the Law faction. That's definitely why. Law faction, you're shameless. It's a trap. All of this was a trap set up by the Law faction. Senior Brother Feng is definitely being coerced by them. Senior Brother Feng, isn't that true? Are you being coerced by those despicable and shameless fellows from the Law faction? Tell us. Senior Brother Feng, Dean Xiao is here. No matter what difficulties you're facing, you just have to tell Dean Xiao and he'll definitely resolve it for you. Why? Xiao Bieli stared fixedly at Feng Qingyi and asked again, why? Feng Qingyi opened his eyes and looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes. There's definitely a reason why a person does things. I naturally have my own reasons, but it's pointless to speak about it now. Su Shirhe spoke gloomily. Qingyi, has my scholarly faction ever mistreated you? Have we ever wronged you? Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly. It would be impossible for me to attain my current accomplishments without the resources and fostering of the entire scholarly faction. Then why are you doing this? Su Shirhe howled furiously. Do you know what will happen to our scholarly faction once we leave White Deer Dimension? We wouldn't even have a place to stay once we leave. From today onwards, my scholarly faction will be homeless. Do you realize that? Feng Qingyi nodded. I do. Then why are you doing this? Su Shirhe pointed at the students from the scholarly faction, and he was practically howling. They respect you like a god, and both Dean Xiao and I have been fostering you as the next dean. So why are you treating us like this? The great choose whom they shall follow. Meanwhile, Li Leaguai suddenly chuckled. Qingyi thinks that your scholarly faction has no future, so he sided with my law faction instead. Is that wrong? Dean Xiao, your scholarly faction has been irresolute and hesitant throughout these years, and we aren't the only ones who look down on your scholarly faction. Even the other powers of the Central Divine Prefecture look down on your scholarly faction. Sooner or later, White Deer Academy will be destroyed in your hands. Qingyi's decision to join my law faction is a wise decision because only my law faction will be able to lead White Deer Academy back to its former glory. What nonsense! Su Shirhe roared furiously. Li Leaguai, Qingyi was definitely threatened by your law faction. Otherwise, based on his character, he would definitely not do something like betraying the academy. Li Leaguai laughed coldly. You can ask him and see if my law faction threatened him. Su Shirhe glanced coldly at Li Leaguai, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyi. Qingyi, tell me, did the law faction threaten you? Don't worry, Dean Xiao and I will stand up for you. Even if Dean Xiao and I aren't strong enough, we still have our scholarly faction's ancestor. No matter what it is, we and the entire scholarly faction are on your side. Feng Qingyi remained silent for a short while, and then he shook his head slightly. No one threatened me. Su Shirhe was furious. He was about to speak when Xiao Bieli stopped him. Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leaguai and said, needless to say, your law faction made the better play. Looks like your law faction has been planning this for a very long time. The competition with Ocean of Clouds Academy wasn't your true intention today. Your true intention was to confront my scholarly faction. I think that there's no need for us to continue wasting our breath. Li Leaguai continued, my law faction's representative is here. Now, it's your scholarly faction that has to choose its representative. Xiao Bieli slowly clenched his fists, and all the forces of the scholarly faction fell deathly silent. Feng Qingyi was the stronger expert in the scholarly faction's younger generation, and he was the strongest in the entire younger generation of White Deer Academy. head once pressed down upon the younger generation of the entire White Deer Academy to the point they were almost suffocated. At the same time, he was ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. It could be said that besides the two quasi-emperors of White Deer Academy, no one else in White Deer Academy was confident in their ability to defeat him. Even Su Shirha wasn't confident at all. As for the others of the younger generation, they weren't even qualified to be his opponent. Who would fight the battle? The scholarly faction was deathly silent. Meanwhile, Su Shirha took 2 steps forward and was about to speak. However, Li Leagui ridiculed. What? Su Shirha, are you going to toss your honor aside? I still remember someone saying that I was shameless just now. Su Shirha ignored Li Leagui and looked straight at Feng Qingyi. You were already capable of fighting me a year ago. At that time, I knew that it wouldn't be long before I would be unable to defeat you. Now, I really want to see how much you've grown. Su Shirha, looks like you're really going to act shamelessly. Li Leagui laughed coldly. The dignified director of the scholarly faction is actually going to fight a junior in single combat? Do you have no shame? Su Shirha, do you have no shame? Li Leagui's voice was filled with delight from being able to take revenge. Head suffered a huge amount of ridicule from Su Shirha when he tried to kill Yang Yi earlier. Now, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to ridicule Su Shirha. Su Shirha clenched his fists tightly while an unsightly expression could be seen on his face. Director Su, they'll do it. Meanwhile, Fang Yun suddenly walked over to Su Shi's side. Even if our scholarly faction loses, it should lose with dignity and pride. Right? Even if our scholarly faction loses, we should lose with dignity and pride. Director Su, how can you fight a junior in single combat? Allow me to do it instead. Allow me. I dare not guarantee that he'll win, but I guarantee that I won't bring shame to the scholarly faction. I've always wanted to seek guidance from senior brother Feng, so give this opportunity to me. Countless students of the scholarly faction came forward and intended to challenge Feng Qingyi. Shut up. Suddenly, Su Shirha shouted with fury, this battle isn't just related to our scholarly faction's honor. It's even related to our future, and it's related to the future of our academy as well. Can we afford to lose? No, we can't lose, nor can we afford to lose. So you intend to act shamelessly? Li Leagui laughed coldly. Su Shirha, you have to realize that you won't be the only one who loses face if you lose. The entire scholarly faction will lose face as well. At that time, all of you'll truly be like homeless dogs, and all of you'll be the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture. Su Shirha was about to speak when Xiao Bieli suddenly shook his head. Shirha, they're right. Even if our scholarly faction loses, we should lose with dignity. You're a senior. Regardless of how strong Feng Qingyi is, if you fight him, then it'll still be considered as bullying the young. Moreover, we agreed on a battle between the juniors, so how can you fight it? Dean Xiao is much more reasonable. Li Leagui smiled. To be honest, besides you and I, there's still one more person in White Deer Academy who can fight Qingyi. Xiao Bieli said. Those words really do arouse my curiosity. Li Leagui chuckled, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Yi. Have all of you forgotten him? He killed Su Fan earlier. Who's Su Fan? He was the director of my law faction, and his strength isn't inferior to Su Shirha. If you allow him to compete, then perhaps he really might be able to win. Li Leagui's eyes were filled with ferocity as he finished speaking. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they heard him. Yang Yi's face fell instead, because Li Leagui clearly intended to use Feng Qingyi to kill him. The competition between him and the law faction had come to an end, so the law faction had to face the scholarly faction if it wanted to kill him. That was definitely difficult to accomplish. But if he fought this battle, then Li Leagui could use Feng Qingyi to kill him. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leagui, and the latter was looking at him as well. There was undisguised killing intent in Li Leagui's eyes. That old dog refuses to give up on killing me. Yang Yi's face became gloomy as well. The members of the scholarly faction gazed at Yang Yi, and then their eyes instantly lit up, because they still hadn't forgotten the scene where Yang Yi killed Su Fan just now. Su Fan's strength was on par with Su Shirha. In other words, Yang Yi's strength had surpassed Su Shirha. So, They might have a chance if Yang Yi was sent to fight Feng Qingyi. No. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli suddenly spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi won't fight Feng Qingyi. The scholarly faction had lost Feng Qingyi, so it couldn't lose Yang Yi as well. It could be said that Yang Yi was a future pillar of the scholarly faction. So, Li Leaguai didn't just intend to kill Yang Yi and take revenge, he wanted to put an end to the scholarly faction's future. Li Leaguai laughed coldly. He paid no attention to Xiao Bieli and gazed at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi, the safety of your Ocean of Clouds Academy depends on the scholarly faction. If the scholarly faction loses, then it'll be a homeless dog. At that time, it wouldn't even be able to protect itself, so how could it possibly protect your Ocean of Clouds Academy? Think about that when you decide whether you agree to fight this battle or not. A threat? He was using Ocean of Clouds Academy to threaten Yang Yi. Xiao Bieli was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly stood up. Dean Xiao, it seems like I have to participate in this battle. Xiao Bieli spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, don't worry. So long as my scholarly faction exists, then no one will be allowed to touch Ocean of Clouds Academy. Li Leaguai spoke coldly. At that time, all of you wouldn't even be able to keep yourselves safe. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leaguai and chuckled. You said all of that for no other reason than because you hoped that I would fight him, and then he would kill me in battle, right? Li Leaguai spoke coldly. So what if I did? A wisp of ferocity suddenly surged onto Yang Yi's face, and he pointed at Feng Qingyi as he spoke fiercely. Open your fucking eyes and see if he can kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Feng Qingyi and said, Let's fight. Chapter 1094. Yang Yi didn't want to interfere in the conflict between the law faction and the scholarly faction because he was just an outside in the end. However, he hadn't expected that Li Leaguai would actually use Ocean of Clouds Academy to threaten him. He wasn't acting impulsively by stepping forward. Had done so because Li Leaguai's words allowed him to realize that if the scholarly faction really was driven out of White Deer Dimension, then would it really have the ability to protect Ocean of Clouds Academy? No. Just as Li Leaguai had said, the scholarly faction wouldn't even be able to keep itself safe. He wouldn't have come forward if the scholarly faction had someone else, but it was obvious that no one in the younger generation of the scholarly faction could fight Feng Qingyi. At this moment, Ocean of Clouds Academy would rise and fall with the scholarly faction. Sushi's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi step forward, and he was about to stop Yang Yi. However, Li Leaguai suddenly roared with laughter. Good. Yang Yi, you're brave. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a new arena appeared at the center of the square. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Should we begin? Feng Qingyi glanced at Yang Yi, and then his figure shook slightly before he appeared in the arena. Yang Yi was about to head over when Xiao Bieli suddenly appeared in front of him. Do you know how strong he is? I don't, replied Yang Yi. He wasn't lying because while he knew that Feng Qingyi was definitely very strong, he had no idea how strong Feng Qingyi was. Xiao Bieli looked Yang Yi in the eye and said, He's very strong. Just the fact that he could make a quasi-emperor speak such words was sufficient to prove how terrifying Feng Qingyi's strength was. Yang Yi looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes and said, I'm willing to give up this opportunity if there's someone else who's more suitable than me. Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, No matter what the outcome is, I promise you that Ocean of Clouds Academy's business is my business. So long as someone isn't afraid of the frenzied revenge of a quasi-emperor, then that person can feel free to act against Ocean of Clouds Academy. Obviously, he was speaking to the law faction. Meanwhile, Li Leaguai laughed coldly but didn't say a word. Yang Yi said, Thank you. After all, with a quasi-emperor standing behind it, anyone who intended to act against Ocean of Clouds Academy would have to consider the consequences of such actions. Yang Yi didn't speak another word, and he immediately flashed up into the arena. Had just entered the arena when Li Leaguai waved both his hands, and then both Yang Yi and Feng Qingyi entered the battlefield within a pocket of space. Feng Qingyi kept his left hand behind his back as he spoke indifferently, Make your move. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. Hiss! A moment later, he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot, and he was above Feng Qingyi when his figure appeared again. Yang Yi held the Herculean sword with both hands and swung it down. Right when the Herculean sword arrived above Feng Qingyi, a green jade flute struck against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Bang! The Herculean sword shook violently, and then the space around the point of collision instantly cracked apart. A moment of silence ensued before Feng Qingyi twisted his right hand slightly. Clang! Along with a clear and resounding sound of collision, Yang Yi's figure was blasted almost 300 m away. Moreover, the Herculean sword was trembling, and there were even numerous cracks on it. Feng Qingyi said, "Your strength isn't bad, and your control of strength is all right. Your strength is sufficient to be ranked on the martial rankings." Yang Yi glanced at the Herculean sword, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before he put the Herculean sword away. He said, "Come, let me see how strong the 21st star on the martial rankings is." Bang! A pillar of blood surged up into the sky, and then a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. After that, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot in Feng Qingyi's direction. Feng Qingyi pondered deeply for an instant as he gazed at the blood-red ray of light, and then he transformed into a ray of green light that shot forward and smashed against the ray of blood-red light. Bang! The entire expanse of space there shook violently, and then countless waves of green and red energy swept out towards the surroundings. Everywhere these waves of energy passed, the pocket of space instantly cracked apart, and it only took less than half a breath of time for the entire battlefield to be covered in cracks. It didn't take long for a strand of blood-red light and a strand of green light to crisscross within the endless waves of energy. As these forces collided and cut each other incessantly, the entire battlefield was shaking violently, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. It was truly a shocking sight. It wasn't just the battlefield. Even the arena outside the pocket of space was trembling violently at this moment. Li Leagui and Xiao Bieli exchanged glances, and then they stretched out a hand at the same time. In an instant, the trembling arena became still once more, and the space within the battlefield returned to normal as well. Meanwhile, the blood-red light and green light could still be seen flashing through the battlefield. An hour had passed since the battle began. Everyone had never imagined that Yang Yi could actually fight Feng Qingyi for an hour. Moreover, Yang Yi was still just a half-saint. There was hope and excitement in the eyes of the experts from the scholarly faction. Yes, they saw hope at this moment. Yang Yi was much stronger than they'd imagined, and he was strong to the point of being able to fight Feng Qingyi. Conversely, the expressions of the experts from the law faction had turned grim. Similarly, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi was actually so trying to the point of being able to fight Feng Qingyi. However, Li Leagui's expression was extremely calm, and there was a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Han Ye's eyes were filled with interest. This fellow, Yang Yi, is actually able to fight Feng Qingyi, and he's even doing it at the half-saint realm. TSK. Lin Yuyin's face was covered in shock instead. She knew Yang Yi was very strong, and she had personally experienced his strength. However, she hadn't imagined that he would actually be able to fight Feng Qingyi, who was ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. Moreover, he was even doing it at the half-saint realm. It could be said that Yang Yi's strength was entirely sufficient to enter the martial rankings. She pondered deeply for a short while, and then she gazed at Xiao Yushi. "Yushi, are you really his wife?" Xiao Yushi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan added, "You should be aware that you've lost your memories. In other words, you might have really been his wife before losing your memories." Xiao Yushi replied, "What are you trying to say?" Lin Yuan spoke in an indifferent tone. "Yushi, you should realize that Mo Yuntian isn't just a student of White Deer Academy. He's a disciple of one of the 4 great clans, the Mo clan. I admit that Yang Yi really isn't bad, but so what? He's just a rash nobody who has no background. Do you think White Deer Academy would be able to protect him if the Mo clan wanted to kill him? If it was the White Deer Academy before it split up, then perhaps it could. As for the current scholarly faction, haha, even they are on the verge of being in danger." Xiao Yushi glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "Elder Lin, one should know their own limitations. Otherwise, that person might die." Lin Yuyin's face instantly turned gloomy, and she glanced coldly at Xiao Yushi and didn't speak another word. Xiao Yushi paid no further attention to Lin Yuan, and she shot her gaze towards the battlefield instead. At this moment, she could only see a ray of blood-red light and a ray of green light crisscrossing incessantly through the battlefield. It was because their speed was truly too quick to the point that even she couldn't see their figures. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the battlefield, and then the ray of blood-red light and green light each shot over 500 m backwards. It didn't take long for the spectators to see Yang Yi and Feng Qingji's figures again. The experts of the law faction were delighted while the faces of the experts from the scholarly faction fell, because Yang Yi's body was actually covered in numerous injuries, and blood was slowly seeping out from those injuries. In the end, his blood surged into the blood-red sword in his grasp. As for Feng Qingyi, he was completely unharmed, and he didn't seem like he'd been in a fierce battle at all. Yang Yi was in a disadvantaged situation. A wisp of a cold smile instantly curled up on the corners of Lin Yuyin's mouth. In her opinion, it was best if Yang Yi died in the battle. In the battlefield, the slaughter intent Yang Yi emanated dispersed slowly, and it didn't take long for the blood-red sword in his grasp to vanish. In next to no time, Yang Yi had returned to normal. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Qingyi, and there was an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. After all, he hadn't been able to harm Feng Qingyi after utilizing Heaven's Gravestone, Void Rank Sword Intent, and Void Rank Slaughter Intent. Not only had he been unable to harm Feng Qingyi, had been suppressed in their battle as well. Most importantly, Feng Qingyi hadn't even used his full strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyi raised his head and looked up towards the sky. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. "It's getting late. How about we end it with one move?" Yang Yi replied, "Are we deciding life and death in this move?" Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly and said, "My realm of cultivation is higher than yours. So, I can't be considered to be bullying you in this battle. How about we do this? It'll be my loss if you're able to survive my next move, all right?" Yang Yi replied, "Are you that confident?" "Confidence comes from strength." Feng Qingyi continued, "I have such strength, right?" Yang Yi gazed at Feng Qingyi for a short while, and then he nodded. "Then bring it on. Let me see how you'll kill me with a single move." Feng Qingyi nodded lightly, and then he raised the jade flute in his grasp and started playing it. It didn't take long for a beautiful tune to drift through the battlefield. Xiao Bilis' expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he howled involuntarily, the harmony of crossing the ocean. "Yang Yi, watch out. Haha, crossing the ocean. Ha ha ha." Li Leaguai roared madly with laughter, and his laughter was filled with happiness. Because Yang Yi was about to die, Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist tightly. In an instant, the strength within him surged like a torrent and converged towards his fist. Chapter 1095. Crossing the Ocean. Han Ye's expression had turned solemn as well. Had heard of this harmony in the past. It was an emperor rank technique that the founder of White Deer Academy, Xiao Wuqing, had created all those years ago. It was no ordinary emperor rank technique, and it was one that had the ability to grow. In other words, to a certain extent, its strength had no limits. Its strength depended entirely on the user's ability. It could be said that it was a technique which could even pose a threat to quasi-emperors. The members of White Deer Academy clearly recognized this technique, so the experts of the scholarly faction had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces, and many of them even revealed despair. As for the experts of the law faction, they heaved sighs of relief, because Feng Qingyi was taking the battle seriously. So, how could Yang Yi be a match for Feng Qingyi when he was fighting seriously? Along with the tune of the flute, a beautiful and moving tune resounded throughout the surroundings. The tune was calm in the beginning, but it quickly grew intense. After that, a shocking scene appeared within the battlefield. The space throughout the battlefield actually started to shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, Li Leagui's gaze descended onto Xiao Bieli, and head slowly clenched his fists as he was ready to act at a moment's notice. In the battlefield, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he sensed that tune which seemed to bring death. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, His body seemed like it was being cut up by blades, and numerous injuries were appearing incessantly on his face and body. In less than a breath of time, his entire body was covered in blood. Break! Yang Yi roared furiously when he arrived just around 5 m before Feng Qingyi, and then he smashed his fist forward. Energy capable of obliterating the world surged out from Yang Yi's fist. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the entire battlefield shattered into pieces. At the same time, the arena was instantly blasted into powder as well. Besides that, 2 waves of terrifying energy swept out from the arena, and the ground and space shattered in its wake. Countless people were astounded. A huge palm flashed by, and then the aftershock was instantly swept away while the shattered space there was restored to normal under the effects of the laws of the Heaven Tao. Everyone here was stunned. After all of it had actually been caused by a half-saint and a saint. Even the space within the battlefield, which had been fortified by 2 quasi-emperors, hadn't been able to endure Yang Yi and Feng Qingyi's attacks. Feng Qingyi's ability to do that wasn't shocking because he was a peerless genius, coupled with the fact that Head executed a terrifying technique like crossing the ocean. The strength he possessed was obvious. But what about Yang Yi? What had Yang Yi executed? No matter what technique Head executed, he was just a half-saint. He was just a half-saint. The gazes of everyone were fixed on the center of the square, which was covered in a storm of energy. After all, the battle between Yang Yi and Feng Qingyi was linked to the future of the 2 factions. Who would stay and who would leave? It didn't take too long for the storm of energy to disperse slowly, and then both Yang Yi and Feng Qingyi's figures appeared before them. The stellar ward technique? Someone cried out involuntarily. Everyone's gazes descended onto Yang Yi. At this moment, there was a thin crystal blue barrier of energy on Yang Yi, but the barrier was covered in cracks and wasn't whole anymore. He actually succeeded at cultivating the stellar ward technique. Exclaims resounded throughout the surroundings. The stellar ward technique was an extremely famous technique even in White Deer Academy, because it was a rare technique in White Deer Academy that was cultivated with stellar energy. Of course, the most important point was how crazy it was. Even someone with extraordinary willpower would be brought to his knees by the backlash from utilizing stellar energy. It really wasn't something that a human could endure. However, Yang Yi had succeeded. At the same time that they felt shocked, they were curious as well. Of course, no one paid attention to the stellar ward technique right now. All of them were only concerned about the victor of the battle. Based on what they could see right now, it seemed like Feng Qingyi had the upper hand, because Yang Yi was in a comparatively worse state. Yang Yi's entire body was covered in injuries, and his appearance seemed rather terrifying. As for Feng Qingyi, he was completely unharmed, composed, and carefree just as he had been before this. A moment of silence ensued, and then Feng Qingyi suddenly gazed at the jade flute in his grasp. After that, everyone watched as the jade flute suddenly transformed into countless pieces that scattered to the ground. The expressions of everyone from the Law faction instantly turned unsightly upon witnessing this scene. Feng Qingyi had a trace of complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at the pieces on the ground. After staying by my side for so long, I never expected that you would actually be destroyed here. He raised his head to look at Yang Yi once he finished speaking. You truly surprised me. Not only have you succeeded at cultivating the stellar ward technique, you were actually able to control your strength to such a degree. Unfortunately, you're only a half-saint. If you were a saint just like me, then I might not have been able to resist that punch of yours. As soon as he started speaking, everyone noticed to their astonishment that a strand of scarlet red was slowly seeping out from the corner of his mouth. The members of the Law faction, and especially Li Leaguai, had horribly gloomy expressions on their faces. Yang Yi glanced at the injuries on his body, and a short while passed before he looked up and gazed at Feng Qingyi. You surprised me as well. Indeed, Feng Qingyi's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't executed the stellar ward technique at the critical moment, then he probably wouldn't have escaped with just minor injuries. Because that technique Feng Qingyi executed earlier, crossing the ocean, had been able to break through his physical defenses. However, He was truly surprised by the fact that Feng Qingyi had been able to forcefully resist his brink laws. Needless to say, Feng Qingyi was extremely strong indeed. At the same time, it allowed Yang Yi to have a clear idea of the martial rankings. The martial rankings was very terrifying. Feng Qingyi was only ranked at the 21st position, yet he possessed such strength. So, what about those geniuses who were ranked higher? Especially those in the top 10. How terrifying would they be? I've lost. Suddenly, Feng Qingyi's calm voice resounded. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Regardless of whether it was the experts of the scholarly faction or law faction, all of them were looking at Feng Qingyi. No, you haven't lost. Meanwhile, Li Leaguai suddenly roared with fury. How could you have lost? That fellow, Yang Yi, is merely an ant from Pine Prefecture. How could you possibly lose to him? Fight. Continue fighting. Kill him. I said kill him. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leaguai while killing intent flashed through his eyes. That old geezer just refused to give up on killing me. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Li Leaguai, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyi. Actually, he's right. You haven't lost. Feng Qingyi shook his head slightly. You fought me evenly at the half-saint realm. I've lost. Moreover, I said that I would admit defeat if you could survive my attack. You did, so I've lost. At this point, he turned around to gaze at Li Leaguai. Director Li, you saved me all those years ago and arranged for me to join the scholarly faction, and that was why I've gained my current accomplishments. I've never forgotten that debt I owed you. While I lost while helping you to fight the scholarly faction today, my conscience is clear because I tried my best. After that, he turned around and looked at Xiao Bieli. Dean Xiao, the scholarly faction never treated me unfairly, yet I helped the law faction fight the scholarly faction today, and that wasn't right. From today onwards, I won't ever utilize anything I've learned from the scholarly faction. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at everyone here and said, I, Feng Qingyi, proclaim today that I'm withdrawing from White Deer Academy. From this moment onward, I'm no longer a student of White Deer Academy, and the business of the academy isn't related to me anymore. Moreover, everything I do from this day onwards is unrelated to the academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingyi tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of green light that shot up into the sky. You can't leave. Li Leaguai roared furiously as he stretched out his right hand, and a huge claw tore through space as it clawed at Feng Qingyi. Bang! A ray of green light erupted abruptly in the sky and collided with the huge claw. The huge claw shook violently before shrinking back, and Feng Qingyi's figure had vanished from their sight. What fools! Han, you couldn't help but curse. White Deer Academy. Your internal strife actually forced your most outstanding student to leave. All of you really are huge fools. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yu vanished on the spot. Regardless of whether it was the experts of the scholarly faction or law faction, all of them fell silent. A short while passed before Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leaguai. So Qingyi's admission into the academy and my scholarly faction was under your control. Li Leaguai, you really planned all of this well? Xiao Bieli's voice suddenly became ferocious at this point. Are you happy now? Huh. Are you happy? Li Leaguai clenched his fists while his face was horribly gloomy. Xiao Bieli closed his eyes, and quite some time passed before he opened them again. He glanced at the members of the law faction and said, Indecision leads to trouble in the future. My scholarly faction has been exercising forbearance for so many years, yet all it got in return is your law faction constantly reaching for more. Just as you've said, White Deer Academy will definitely be destroyed if this continues. Since it's like that, isn't it better to deal with the problem at once? Everyone from the law faction, you may leave now. At this moment, the experts of the law faction turned pale. Are we really going to leave White Deer Dimension? Are we really going to become homeless? The atmosphere here was silent, terrifyingly silent. Shu Shun was by Yang Ye's side, and he asked, Do you think they'll leave? Yang Yi glanced at Li Leaguai and said, That old geezer is extremely shameless. He definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Li Leaguai suddenly looked at Xiao Bieli and said, What if we refuse? As soon as Li Leaguai spoke these words, the atmosphere here instantly became tense, and it felt like a volcano that would erupt at any moment. Chapter 1096. You refuse to leave? Xiao Bieli chuckled, and then his face turned icy cold. Then he'll kill you. Want to give it a try? The atmosphere became tense once more, and the experts of both factions became tense as well. Li Leaguai gazed at Xiao Bieli for a long time, and then he chuckled in the end. We accept our defeat. Since my law faction has lost, we naturally won't go back on our word. Let's go. However, trust me, we'll definitely return one day. Xiao Bieli spoke indifferently. Goodbye. Li Leaguai laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi? Huh? Good. Very good. My law faction was utterly humiliated and completely defeated because of you. Huh? Yang Yi shrugged. I didn't want to come to White Deer Academy, but I had no other choice because your law faction just had to force me. Besides that, I didn't want to step forward earlier, but you forced me again. So, I had no other choice but to step forward. In my opinion, you asked for all of this. Wouldn't there have been no problem if you didn't force me to step forward? Right? Li Leagui's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Yang Yi, they'll remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't waste his breath and turned around to gaze at the members of the law faction. Everyone, we lost the competition this time. However, we haven't lost completely. Trust me, the day will come when we'll definitely return and reclaim what belongs to us. That day isn't too far away. Trust me. Any student of the law faction who's willing to change their ways can stay. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli's voice resounded. However, if you stay, then there'll be no law faction and scholarly faction in the academy anymore. Everyone will be a student of White Deer Academy. If you can do that, then you can stay. I won't pursue any misdeeds of the past. Many students of the law faction were quite tempted when they heard him. If it were possible, would anyone be willing to leave their home and become homeless? All of you better think twice. Meanwhile, Li Leaguai spoke abruptly. If you stay, then you'll no longer be a student of my law faction. We won't show any mercy when we return in the future. Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded. But what if he can't return? Li Leagui's face fell, and he turned around and glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I'm just saying if he can't. Right? Your skin is so thick, so it isn't impossible that you'll return in the future. After all, so long as you sincerely change your ways, then I think that Dean Xiao will definitely give you an opportunity to change. Li Leaguai refused to give up on killing him, so it was impossible for them to make peace with each other. Since it was like that, he didn't mind acting within the scopes of his ability and causing some trouble for Li Leaguai. In any case, Li Leaguai couldn't do anything to him right now. Dean Xiao, I'm willing to stay. Meanwhile, a student from the law faction stepped forward. I don't want to leave White Deer Academy, and I guarantee that he'll forget the enmity of the past. I hope Dean Xiao will let bygones be bygones as well. I'm willing to stay as well. I'm willing. In next to no time, over 1,000 experts from the law faction stepped forward, and it even included some elders and instructors of the law faction. Li Leagui's face was horribly gloomy, because this exact thing had been within his plans, but it was being used by someone else now. A short while later, almost 2,000 experts of the law faction had declared their willingness to stay. However, these 2,000 could only be considered as a small portion of the experts from the law faction, because there were over 20,000 experts in the entire law faction. Li Leaguai glanced coldly at the experts from the scholarly faction, and then he said, Trust me, one day, my law faction will definitely be standing here again. He turned around to gaze at the experts from the law faction, and he continued, Let's go. Just like that, the experts of the scholarly faction and the others here watched as countless experts of the law faction left White Deer Academy under Li Leagui's lead. There were no cheers of victory, because the departure of the law faction represented that White Deer Academy's strength would suffer a huge decline, and it couldn't compare to those true diamond rank powers. They felt lost when it came to the future of White Deer Academy. Everyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli's voice resounded. What happened today is definitely a disaster to our White Deer Academy. The departure of the law faction has caused the strength of our White Deer Academy to shrink by half. I have to admit that from today onwards, our White Deer Academy will probably be at the bottom of all the diamond rank powers. However, Xiao Bila's voice grew louder at this point. However, the departure of the Law faction is also an opportunity to our White Deer Academy, because there'll only be a single voice throughout our White Deer Academy from now on. From today onwards, our White Deer Academy will be more united than it has ever been. Besides that, while the Law faction has left, we still have our foundation. So long as we stay united, then in the future, our White Deer Academy will definitely glow brilliantly once again in the Central Divine Prefecture. Long live White Deer Academy! Long live White Deer Academy! Countless students started to shout. Suddenly, a ray of white light shot through the sky and descended to the ground, and then a blue-robed old man appeared before them. A quasi-emperor. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. Is he an enemy of White Deer Academy? A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Xiao Bila's eyes when he saw the blue-robed old man. Brother Feng, you really are quick. It's my duty. The blue-robed old man glanced at the surroundings and said, after so many years, your factions have finally split up. But that's fine as well. From today onwards, you'll be able to develop on your own and won't be in conflict with each other anymore. Xiao Bila asked, Brother Feng, can you make an exception? The blue-robed old man shook his head slightly. You know the rules. Xiao Bila sighed softly, and then he shot up into the sky. After that, he waved both his hands. In an instant, White Deer Dimension started trembling. Yang Yi noticed that something was about to emerge from the ground. Yang Yi asked Feng Yun, what's he doing? Feng Yun sighed softly. There are over 100 divine rank spirit veins of various varieties throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and everyone desires such spirit veins. In order to prevent the Central Divine Prefecture from falling into a state of endless battle and slaughter, everyone joined forces to form an alliance. According to the rules of the alliance, only a power that has an expert on the martial rankings is allowed to possess a divine rank spirit veins. Our White Deer Academy used to have 3 because Feng Qingyi, Jun Hualuo, and Mo Yuntian were all on the martial rankings. Yet now, Feng Qingyi has left, Jun Hualuo is dead, and Mo Yuntian is from the Law faction. In other words, we aren't qualified to possess divine grade spirit veins anymore. No wonder so many powers are fighting to gain geniuses. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Now he had a faint understanding of why the martial sect cared so much about in Nanjing. Besides her natural talent, it was definitely because of her potential. Because her natural talent and potential were equivalent to a reservation for a divine grade spirit vein. The martial rankings isn't just a ranking, it's the lifeline of all the powers in the Central Divine Prefecture. Strictly speaking, a diamond rank power without a divine grade spirit veins can't be considered as a diamond rank power anymore. Just like the current Thousand Crane sect. Even though it's called a diamond rank power, in the opinion of true diamond rank powers, it actually isn't one anymore. It's for no other reason than because they don't have an expert on the martial ranking, and they have no divine grade spirit veins. As he finished speaking, Feng Yun's tone carried a huge amount of bitterness and unwillingness. Everyone watched as 3 huge white dragons flew up into the air from beneath the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed old man withdrew a violet gold bowl and waved it at those huge dragons. A ray of golden light surged forward, and the 3 white dragons were sucked into the bowl. Once the 3 white dragons vanished, everyone throughout White Deer Dimension sensed that something had vanished. It was the spirit energy here. The spirit energy here was vanishing swiftly, and it didn't take long for the spirit energy throughout White Deer Dimension to lessen by a few dozen times. Shiwu Shen spoke solemnly. The spirit energy here is almost like our Pine Prefecture now. Yang Yi nodded. Presently, the spirit energy in White Deer Dimension was actually almost the same as Pine Prefecture. Needless to say, the speed that everyone cultivated here would decline. If White Deer Academy couldn't regain a divine grade spirit vein soon, then it wouldn't take long for it to fall into a complete decline. Meanwhile, the blue-robed old man put the golden bowl away, and then he gazed at Xiao Bieli, who had a bleak expression on his face. The old man hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, His figure vanished into the horizon. Actually, Yang Yi can ascend the martial rankings. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke, and it instantly caused countless gazes to descend onto Yang Yi. Xiao Bilis' gaze had descended onto Yang Yi as well, and there was a trace of excitement and happiness in his eyes. As he gazed at the gazes of everyone here, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "It's my duty." Ocean of Clouds Academy's life and death was bound to White Deer Academy, so it was beneficial for Ocean of Clouds Academy if White Deer Academy was strong. Countless people instantly cheered when they heard Yang Yi agree, and even Xiao Bieli and Su Shirha revealed a slight smile. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi, and he pondered deeply for an instant before he shot over towards the group from the Thousand Cranes sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan suddenly gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, "Yushi, I received news from the sect. The Mo clan will be sending a group in 3 days to seek a marriage alliance with our sect. The sect has ordered us to return immediately." A marriage alliance? Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of Lin Yuan and said, "With who?" Lin Yuyan's expression changed when she saw him, and she unconsciously took a step back. Yang Yi's face fell. "I asked you who it is." Lin Yuyan's delicate figure instantly trembled slightly, and she hurriedly said, "The Mo. The Mo clan is doing it on Mo Yunshin's behalf, and he naturally seeks to marry Yushi. I think he's seeking death." Yang Yi's furious voice resounded throughout the surroundings. Chapter 1097. Lin Yuan felt a little disdain in her heart when she heard Yang Yi. The Mo clan was one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, and it was one of the oldest clans. Not to mention White Deer Academy, even the Martial Sect and Devil Path couldn't compare to its resources and reserves. Yet Yang Yi was just a person with slightly good natural talent. So, Yang Yi was nothing before an ancient clan like the Mo clan. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to speak those sentiments out loud. She wished for nothing more than to see Yang Yi look for trouble with the Mo clan. In that way, she could watch Yang Yi suffer a miserable fate. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli walked over to Yang Yi's side and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then he turned around to gaze at Xiao Bieli. "Dean Xiao, Yushi and I are from the same place. Because of certain reasons, she came to the radiant dimension before me. However, she has forgotten the past for some unknown reason. Please help me take a look at her." Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You're from the lower dimensions?" Yang Yi nodded. "Now I understand." Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi. Lin Yuan was about to speak when Yang Yi glared at her. Her face instantly turned pale, and she didn't dare speak a word. Xiao Bieli stretched out a finger and tapped the center of Xiao Yushi's forehead. Xiao Yushi frowned and was about to resist. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Yushi, do you not want to know everything about your past?" Xiao Yushi fell silent for a short while, and then she stopped resisting. Obviously, she wanted to regain that blank part of her memories. A frown grew slowly on Xiao Bieli's face, and around 15 minutes passed before he withdrew his hand while a solemn expression had appeared on his face. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time before he replied, "She hasn't forgotten the past. It's because her memories have been sealed." "It has been sealed?" Yang Yi's expression changed. "What's the consequences of that?" Xiao Bieli replied, "I'll harm her foundation." Yang Yi's face turned completely gloomy. "Senior, can you undo the seal?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "It was sealed by a special technique. Unless a true emperor does it, forcefully undoing the seal is very likely to erase all her memories and make her go mad." Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and a short while passed before he took a deep breath and gazed at Lin Yuan. "Why did your Thousand Cranes sect seal her memories?" Lin Yuyan's expression changed when she saw the expression on Yang Yi's face. She was truly quite afraid of the madman who stood before her. She was about to speak when Xiao Bieli spoke. Her memories were probably sealed so that she would completely forget everything before she came here from the lower dimensions. Her natural talent and potential aren't bad. If she's fostered well, then she'll definitely be extraordinary in the future. But if she possesses her memories of the lower dimensions, then it's very likely that the Thousand Crane sect would be fostering her for someone else. So, for the same of controlling the geniuses from the lower dimensions, it's very common for the powers in the Central Divine Prefecture to do things like sealing their memories. A wisp of gloominess flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. Thousand Crane sect. Xiao Bieli suddenly asked, "What's her relationship to you?" Yang Yi said, "She's my wife." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Xiao Bieli's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi, and then he said, "This is quite difficult to deal with." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Let me and Yushi talk privately." Xiao Bieli glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Yuan and said, "Do you want me to make you fuck off?" Lin Yuan glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't dare provoke him further, and she immediately led the other members of the Thousand Crane sect away. Yang Yi walked over to Xiao Yushi and said, "Yushi, I know all your secrets, I know everything you like, and I know everything about you. What does that prove? It proves that you really were my wife." Yang Yi started to tell her everything that had occurred between them in profounder continent. A long time passed before Yang Yi finished speaking, and Xiao Yushi remained silent. She gazed at him for a short while before she said, "I'm really lost. I don't know who I was, and I don't know what I want in the future. You say that I'm your wife, and I know that you might not be lying, because you know many things that even I don't, and all of those things are very real. Perhaps I really loved you in the past. Yet now, I don't feel like that. Don't use my past, which I don't remember, to pressure me right now, all right?" Yang Yi stretched out his hand and stroked her hair lightly, and he spoke softly, "All right, I want. Don't worry, no one will be able to force you to do anything you don't like, regardless of whether it's the Thousand Crane sect or the Mo clan." Xiao Yushi said, "I'm going back." Yang Yi asked, "Can you not?" Xiao Yushi replied, "If I don't, then you'll become the joint enemy of the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan." Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard her, and then he was overjoyed. "You're worried about me. Yushi, you're worried about me. Ha ha ha. I knew that while you've lost your memories, how could you possibly feel nothing for me? Ha ha ha." Xiao Yushi didn't know what to say. Yang Yi laughed for a while before he spoke, "Not to mention the Thousand Crane sect and the Mo clan. I'm not afraid of making enemies with the entire world for you." Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. In the end, she flipped her palm, and a saber that was thin like the wings of a cicada appeared in her hand. Shearwing. Yang Yi immediately recognized the saber because it was the exact same saber that had given her all those years ago. Xiao Yushi gazed at the saber for a long time before she said, "Since I remember, this saber has always been with me. I've thought of throwing it away on many occasions, but I never did. You said that you gave me a saber once. If I'm not wrong, it's this saber, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Xiao Yushi gazed at him and said, "I really want to know what happened in the past. Give me some time." A wisp of tenderness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and he said, "Don't force yourself too hard. Take it slow. As for the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan, leave them to me." Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes, and then she nodded. It didn't take long for Xiao Yushi and the others to leave under Lin Yuyan's lead. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot as he looked at the direction they'd left towards. This matter is quite difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli appeared by Yang Ye's side. Mo Yuntian is a member of the Law faction. It wouldn't be a problem if that was all there is to it. But the problem is that he's also a member of the Mo clan. The Mo clan is one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's one of the oldest clans here as well. If our White Deer Academy hadn't split apart, then we wouldn't have to fear them. Yet now, he paused for a moment and continued, the most important factor is the Thousand Crane sect's attitude towards all of this. They've wanted to unite her and Mo Yuntian for a very long time. In other words, it's the joint intention of the Mo clan and the Thousand Crane sect to unite them. If we interfere, we'll become the joint enemies of the Mo clan and the Thousand Crane sect. Yang Yi asked, "Does the Thousand Crane sect intend to gain a spirit vein or form a relationship with the Mo clan by pairing her with that fellow, Mo Yuntian?" Xiao Bieli replied, "Both." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Dean Xiao, What do you think about the future of White Deer Academy? Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi said, presently, White Deer Academy can be said to have fallen to rock bottom. If it really intends to develop, it would probably be impossible without a few hundred years of time. It's even to the extent that the slightest mishap might cause it to be unable to get back up and fall into a complete and utter decline before being taken over by others. I'm sure you won't deny that, right? Xiao Bieli nodded. Yang Yi looked Xiao Bieli in the eyes and said, special times require special methods. What are you trying to say? Xiao Bieli spoke in a low voice. He had a bad feeling about it. Yang Yi replied, I hope that Dean Xiao will head to the Thousand Cranes sect with me to propose to her. Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. You intend to make White Deer Academy openly confront the Mo clan. Yang Yi said, there is a benefit. It will allow the world and the students of the academy to know that while our academy has split apart, we haven't lost our guts, and we aren't afraid of any diamond rank power. All that's lacking right now is our reputation. Because I can imagine that many people and powers are laughing at us right now. Why are they laughing? They are laughing because our academy has suffered a decline, but we can use facts to tell them that we haven't. Our White Deer Academy doesn't fear anyone or any power. Xiao Bieli fell silent. Yang Yi continued, of course, my own selfish motives are included within everything I just said, because I want the academy to be my shield. If the academy refuses, I won't blame you. After all, it's my own personal business. However, I will leave the academy and take her with me to the martial sect, devil path, or another diamond rank power. I'm not threatening you. It's just that if the academy refuses to support me, then it's my last and only way out. Xiao Bieli remained silent for a long time, and then he patted Yang Yi lightly on the shoulder before he turned around and left. A moment later, his voice resounded from afar, I'll head to the Thousand Cranes sect with you in 3 days. Thank you. Yang Yi felt slightly at ease. If he didn't have White Deer Academy's support, then he would really have no choice but to take her and flee. He was naturally clearly aware how terrifying a diamond rank power was. Not to mention anything else, just the Law faction was a sufficient example. If there was no conflict between the Law faction and the Scholarly faction, and if the Law faction didn't fight him in single combat, then he would have no chance to win. So, he had no choice but to seek White Deer Academy's help to save Xiao Yushi. Moreover, it was the wisest choice as well. Of course, he didn't mind doing it by force. Meanwhile, Fang Yun walked over to Yang Ye's side, and then he passed a scroll to Yang Yi. This is the full version of the Stellar Ward technique. It was the dean who asked me to give it to you. He said that it's best if you cultivate it as soon as possible, or you might not be able to return alive. Yang Yi was speechless. After he bid farewell to Fang Yun, Yang Yi returned to his room and unrolled the scroll. He was instantly stunned upon taking a glance at it. It doesn't have a grade? Is this a joke? Chapter 1098. Yang Yi was puzzled, so he went to see Xiao Bieli. A senior of our White Deer Academy obtained it from outside our stellar region. Because stellar energy is used to cultivate it, and no one has been able to succeed, so we don't know exactly what grade it's at. Xiao Bieli continued, however, the full version of the Stellar Ward technique is a low-grade Emperor rank technique at the very least. I have no doubt about that. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded, and then he bid farewell to Xiao Bieli and left. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Xiao Bieli's eyes as he watched Yang Yi leave. Feng Qingyi had left White Deer Academy, so if Yang Yi left, then it would definitely be a huge blow to the academy. Moreover, it had to rely on Yang Yi to obtain a divine grade spirit vein. So, he couldn't let Yang Yi leave no matter what. Yang Yi needed White Deer Academy, but did White Deer Academy not need him as well? Yang Yi didn't return to his room, and he went to the peak of a mountain behind the academy. It was night right now, and the sky was studded with stars. Yang Yi unrolled the scroll, and then a strand of information instantly surged into his mind. Stellar energy comes from the cosmos, and it isn't governed by the heaven Tao. At the peak of the mountain, Yang Yi sat there for almost 2 hours before his eyes opened slowly. He looked up at the star-studded sky above him, and he felt slightly lost. There were many descriptions about stellar energy within the scroll which contained the full version of the stellar ward technique, and it allowed him to possess a clearer understanding of stellar energy. Besides spirit energy, there was stellar energy, and also the primordial violet energy he knew of within the vast cosmos. He knew that there were definitely even more types of energy and methods of cultivation that he didn't know of. Because Shao-Chi didn't utilize stellar energy, spirit energy, or primordial violet energy. At this moment, he remembered something Lady had told him. The world is huge, and we are tiny. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head slightly and restrained his thoughts, and then he started absorbing stellar energy into his body. Instead of being lost about the future, it was better to work hard now and strive to possess even greater strength to face the future. In his opinion, there were very few things in this world which couldn't be resolved with force. This time, Yang Yi didn't use the stellar energy to temper his body, and he absorbed it into his body instead before circulating it according to the method provided by the technique. At the peak of the mountain, countless rays of crystal blue stellar energy covered the sky as they rained down towards the mountain peak. In the end, they transformed into numerous crystal blue beams of light that surged into Yang Yi's body. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire body was emanating crystal blue light, and he seemed like a dazzling star. There were two big differences between the incomplete stellar ward technique and its complete version. Firstly, the stellar energy absorbed into the body via the incomplete technique couldn't be stored for long, but it wasn't the same case for the complete version. Because the complete version came with a mental cultivation technique, and it allowed stellar energy to be stored within the body. Of course, because stellar energy conflicted with profound energy, humans who cultivated with profound energy couldn't cultivate with stellar energy at all. However, that wasn't the case for Yang Yi. Because with the primordial violet energy there to keep them in harmony, his stellar energy and profound energy wouldn't conflict with each other. In other words, stellar energy could be stored within his body just like profound energy. Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide when he noticed this, and his eyes flickered with extreme excitement and joy. Since stellar energy can be stored within my body, then can I utilize it to execute techniques? However, Yang Yi didn't try right away. His main goal right now was to finish cultivating the stellar ward technique. Yang Yi had relied on the stellar ward technique to forcefully endure Feng Qingji's final technique in his last battle. Moreover, that technique, crossing the ocean, was a low-grade emperor rank technique at the very least. In other words, if he could cultivate the full version of the stellar ward technique successfully, then when coupled with his own physical defenses, even a high-grade emperor rank technique wouldn't be able to harm him while he activated the stellar ward technique. The two difference between the complete and incomplete versions was that the incomplete version could only release stellar energy to form a defensive barrier, but the complete version could do more than that. It could even fill the body with stellar energy and fuse with the entire body. In other words, his entire body from inside out and even every single cell within him would be enveloped by stellar energy. The complete version of the stellar ward technique had extremely harsh requirements towards the body, because if the body couldn't endure the stellar energy, then the outcome would be instant death. Fortunately, Yang Yi's body barely satisfied its requirements. Yang Yi was absorbing stellar energy within his sword domain as well, because cultivating anything while within the scope of his sword domain yielded twice the results. One day later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a strand of terrifying crystal blue energy surged out from within him. But it didn't take long for the crystal blue energy to return back to him, and then Yang Yi's entire body became crystal blue. A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the stellar energy on his body. At this moment, his entire body was covered in stellar energy, and he was entirely capable of going head-on against an emperor rank technique. If he were to face Feng Qingyi now, then he would remain absolutely unharmed even if he just stood there and allowed Feng Qingyi to execute crossing the ocean again. However, the stellar ward technique still had a flaw, and it was that it caused an immense amount of harm to the body when used over prolonged periods. Just like this very moment, his entire body felt numb after he stopped circulating the stellar ward technique, and it felt like had been bashed up. Moreover, had only been utilizing it for a few dozen breaths of time. If he used it for a while longer, then it would probably cause his body to start cracking apart. Yang Yi thought to himself, 15 minutes. 15 minutes is the maximum my body can endure. My body will definitely collapse if I exceed that amount of time. Even though he only had 15 minutes, in his opinion, it really wasn't bad. Because so long as he wasn't facing an emperor, then he was practically invincible throughout those 15 minutes. Of course, he could only be considered to be invincible before some people. If he encountered special existences like Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden, then not to mention 15 minutes, he wouldn't be confident in his ability to resist their attacks even if it could last for hours. Yang Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it. 2 hours later, his body had almost completely recovered, and he started to try utilizing stellar energy with his techniques. Both his sword techniques and the sword wings required huge amounts of profound energy, especially Heavenrend and Death by a Thought. Every single executing practically exhausted him. If he could utilize them with stellar energy, then what would that mean? It meant that if had exhausted his profound energy, he could still use stellar energy. In short, if he could execute techniques with stellar energy, then he would have an extra source of energy when compared to others. Moreover, it meant that even if the spirit energy in this world dried up, he wouldn't really be affected because stellar energy wouldn't dry up. He immediately put his thoughts into action. Yang Yi didn't utilize any special methods, and he just controlled his stellar energy according to the same way he controlled his profound energy. In the beginning, Yang Yi acted absolutely carefully because he was worried that a mishap might occur. If a mishap occurred within him, then it would be quite troublesome indeed. But it didn't take long for him to realize that it wasn't as difficult as had expected. A strand of stellar energy moved through his meridians under his control and arrived at his arm, and then it moved to the tip of his finger in the end. A moment later, Yang Yi pointed his finger towards the distance. Hiss! A ray of crystal blue sword energy shot out from the tip of his finger. The crystal blue sword energy shot through the sky and instantly vanished into the horizon. It was like a shooting star had shot through the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. It really works. Yang Yi's eyes flickered with wild joy. Before this, if he executed 100 overlapped Heavenrends, then he could only execute 5 attacks like that in succession. Yet now, with the help of stellar energy, he could execute 10 attacks like that in succession. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement and joy he felt, and he pointed his finger forward again. In next to no time, numerous rays of crystal blue sword energy shot out incessantly from the tip of his finger and vanished into the sky. Stellar energy. Yang Yi looked up at the vast starry sky, and a smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of his mouth. Stellar energy was equivalent to a trump card of his. After familiarizing himself further with stellar energy, Yang Yi started to practice death by a thought. As his cultivation and physical strength increased, had been able to overlap 100 Heavenrends. If he used Heaven's gravestone, then he could even overlap 110 Heavenrends. 110 overlapped Heavenrends were entirely capable of instantly annihilating a high-rank saint. The Heavenrend technique had grown stronger, and that made death by a thought become quite useless. There was only one way to make death by a thought stronger, and it was to increase its speed. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he activated the sword wings. After that, he stretched out his hand, and an intense sword condensed into form within his grasp. When he executed death by a thought in the past, he merely executed it on his own, and had never enhanced it with anything else like the sword wings, his physical strength, or the laws of speed. This time, he intended to enhance death by a thought's speed with everything he had. The profound energy within him surged, and it didn't take long for the sword wings on his back to start trembling. At the same time, Yang Yi's body started to float up slowly. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and the space there instantly exploded and collapsed. Meanwhile, he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward, and the sword wings on his back immediately flapped at the exact same moment. Besides that, he executed the laws of speed as well. A ray of cold light flashed, and it was practically like the speed of light. Bang! The ray of light had just appeared when a 3 kilometers long spatial rift appeared in the sky, and it was like a pitch-black river. At the same time, a towering mountain that was 3 kilometers away had instantly exploded into powder. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi laid on the ground. His clothes were gone, and his entire body was covered in finger-thick cracks. Such cracks covered every inch of his body and even his face. I really did it this time? Yang Yi's head tilted to the side, and he fell unconscious. Chapter 1099. Yang Yi was in the academy when he woke up. In the room, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he scanned his body. With the primordial violet energy there to repair his body was almost completely healed. However, his internal organs, meridians, and bones hadn't been fully repaired yet. So, just moving slightly caused his entire body to feel like it was being torn apart. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Had been extremely careless this time. The speed of death by a thought was already at an extremely terrifying level. Yet Head added his physical strength, the sword wings, and his laws of speed to it. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that his speed had arrived at his current limit. However, Head overlooked something, and it was whether his body could endure it. Had been extremely confident in his physical strength because his body was at the divine fortitude realm. In other words, his body was comparable to demon beasts at the high rank of the saint realm. But he hadn't expected that when he used his full strength, his speed would have actually arrived at a level that even a body at the divine fortitude realm couldn't endure. If he was just a little bit faster earlier, then perhaps he might have torn himself into bits. However, Yang Yi was still happy, because the might of death by a thought, while supported by his full strength, had actually arrived at such a level. It wasn't exaggerated to say that such an attack was entirely capable of posing a threat to a quasi-emperor, especially when executed with Heaven's gravestone. It was too swift, and it was even much faster than the speed at which Light Maiden had attacked that day. As for his physical strength, it actually wasn't a huge problem, because he could activate the Stellar Ward technique before executing death by a thought. With the Stellar Ward technique to enhance his body would be entirely capable of enduring the limits of his speed. In other words, the ultimate version of death by a thought could only be utilized with the Stellar Ward technique. At the very least, that was how it was for now. Meanwhile, the door to his room was pushed open, and Shiwu Shun walked in. Shiwu Shun walked over to the side of Yang Yi's bed and sized him up. After that, he said, "Tisk, TSK. Yang Yi, you actually cultivated by yourself to the point of being on the verge of death. You really are too great. I truly admire you." As soon as he finished speaking, he spoke seriously. "What exactly happened? We thought someone bashed you up when we found you." Yang Yi replied, "I trained over my limits and didn't control it well, and then this happened." Shiwu Shun was stunned for a short while, and then he gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. You are really amazing." Yang Yi asked, "Have you joined White Deer Academy?" Shiwu Shun immediately smiled when he heard this question and replied, "You know, I was directly promoted to an inner court student. Moreover, all of those fellows in the academy are quite respectful to me. Besides that, Dean Xiao even gave me many special privileges. In short, they are fostering me like a core student." Yang Yi smiled. "Congratulations." Shiwu Shun suddenly said, "I can't go around with you from now on." Yang Yi was curious. "Why?" "Because I have to fight my way up the martial rankings." Shiwu Shun spoke seriously. "When I came to the Central Divine Prefecture in the past, I didn't dare to think about the martial rankings. But now that I have White Deer Academy's full support, I want to work hard and try to get into the martial rankings. It's fine even if I can't accomplish it for now. In any case, I consider it a goal of mine. The martial rankings is the goal that I, Shiwu Shun, will strive to achieve in this lifetime." Yang Yi smiled. "That's a very good choice. You didn't have the support of a sect in the past, but you do now. If you're able to work hard and get in the martial rankings, and then get a spirit vein for the academy, I can imagine how the academy will definitely attach even more importance to fostering you. Moreover, your Endless Devil sect will definitely benefit from that." Shiwu Shun nodded and said, "They'll be preparing to charge into the Saint Realm once I leave your room. The Academy has prepared the resources needed for me to charge into the Saint Realm, and they'll even be sending someone to especially provide me with guidance on what I should pay attention to. Moreover, they'll even be protecting me during the process. Huh. Now, I finally understand why the geniuses of those diamond rank powers are so formidable. Their natural talent and hard work are a part of it, but the most important part is the support of the powers behind him. Just look at me now. I just said that I wanted to attain the Saint Realm, and then the Academy prepared everything for me. Yang Yi said, "You have the platform now, so your future accomplishments depend on yourself now." Shi Wuxian took a deep breath and said, "I won't be going to the Thousand Cranes sect with you. According to the dean, I would only be a burden if I were to go. So, good luck." Yang Yi nodded. Shi Wuxian nodded slightly, and then he turned around and left. A little while passed before a beautiful woman walked in. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her, because she was the person in charge of Cloud Merchant Group whom had met that day. "My name is Bai Xiangyao." She walked over to the side of Yang Yi's bed, and then she grinned. "You can call me Manager Bai." Yang Yi said, "Manager Bai, do you need something?" "Firstly, congratulations young Master Yang on being victorious in the competition with the Law faction." Bai Xiangyao continued, "Not only did you defeat the experts of the Law faction, you even remained undefeated in a battle with the #1 expert in the younger generation of White Deer Academy, Feng Qingyi. Presently, your reputation is truly resounding." Yang Yi smiled. "Manager Bai, I'm sure you aren't here just to congratulate me, right?" She grinned. "The branches of Cloud Merchant Group under my management accepted bets when young Master Yang competed with the Law faction. The bet was naturally on whether young Master Yang or the Law faction would win. Many people came to make bets. A huge amount of people. Unfortunately, all of them bet that young Master Yang would lose." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he said, "You really are quite brave. Wouldn't you have gone bankrupt if I lost?" "I wouldn't just have gone bankrupt. I would have died." She continued, "However, I made the right bet. This huge bet of mine didn't just bring shocking profits to Cloud Merchant Group, it gave new life to my family. All of this was thanks to young Master Yang." When she spoke up to this point, she withdrew a golden card and placed it by Yang Yi's bed. "This is my Cloud Merchant Group's gold card, and it's merely inferior to our black card. With this gold card in your hand, you'll be able to enjoy numerous privileges in my Cloud Merchant Group that you can't even imagine. Moreover, you can use it to borrow violet crystals from my Cloud Merchant Group. The limit is 10,000, and you'll be exempt from paying any interest." Yang Yi gazed at the gold card for a long time, and then he gazed at Bai Xiangyao. "Actually, there's no need for this. You used me to accept bets on the competition because you were brave enough, and it has nothing to do with me." Bai Xiangyao replied, "I want to make friends with young Master Yang." Yang Yi took the gold card. "I'm unable to refuse your kind intentions." Bai Xiangyao grinned when she saw Yang Yi take the gold card, and she said, "I came here with another huge gift for you. I believe young Master Yang will definitely like it." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what it is." Bai Xianjiao's palm moved slightly, and then a pair of dark golden shoulder guards appeared in her grasp. Yang Yi was puzzled. "What's that?" "Light sword guards." Bai Xiangyao gazed at Yang Yi and said, "These light sword guards possess miraculous abilities. Young Master Yang, you can test them right now." Yang Yi sat up slowly, and then stretched out his hands. A strand of sword and tint surged out from him, and then the shoulder guards instantly flew onto his shoulders. Yang Yi sensed the shoulder guards for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. Swish! In an instant, 2 light swords shot out from the shoulder guards. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, because the swords in his hands were actually high-grade divine rank swords. Moreover, they were translucent as if they were made from light. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that these swords and the shoulder guards felt as if they were one with his arms. To explain it in simpler terms, it felt like his arms were the swords. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao suddenly smiled. "These swords can teleport as well." Yang Yi glanced at Bai Xiangyao, and then he issued another command in his heart. In an instant, the light swords instantly appeared behind him. A moment later, they appeared on his right. As he issued commands in succession, it didn't take long for countless light swords to appear here. Of course, only 2 of them were real, and the rest were just afterimages left behind because the swords were moving too swiftly. Yang Ye's expression became solemn when he witnessed this scene. The light swords couldn't compare to Heaven's gravestone and the sword precursor. However, besides them, these two swords could be said to be the most terrifying swords head seen until now. They were even more terrifying than J-Drop and Yellow Springs. The most terrifying part of these swords was their speed. It was extremely swift. After all, everything Head done just now had only been done so with the sword's own speed. If he enhanced them with Void Rank Sword intent, then they would be even swifter. When he used the Herculean sword, he gained victory with strength. But if he used these swords, then he could gain victory with speed. Bai Xiangyao said, the greatest traits of the light sword guards are its speed, ability to teleport, and ability to take its opponents off guard. Young Master Yang, you possess Void Rank Sword intent. So, its strength will be improved immensely in your hands. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the light swords instantly returned to the shoulder guards. He gazed at Bai Xiangyao and said, I'm unable to refuse them. Why should you? Bai Xiangyao smiled. I'm very sincere in my intent to become friends with young Master Yang. Yang Yi spoke seriously. If you need my help in the future, I definitely won't refuse if it's within my ability. Bai Xianjiao's smile grew wider when she heard him because that was exactly what she wanted to hear. Bai Xiangyao engaged in some small talk with Yang Yi before leaving. Before she left, she told Yang Yi that he could send someone to Cloud Merchant Group to look for her if he needed any help. Yang Yi naturally didn't refuse that. He wasn't a fool. One more friend was another pair of hands to help him. He naturally understood that. After he recuperated for a while, Yang Yi left the room and went to a cultivation room before he started to get used to the light sword guards. At the moment he started utilizing the light sword guards, the entire cultivation room was instantly filled with golden afterimages. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Yang Yi and Xiao Bieli appeared outside White Deer City. Xiao Bieli said, You head to the Thousand Cranes sect first. I'm going to visit a few old friends. Why? Yang Yi was quite puzzled. This old geezer wouldn't be thinking about going back on his word, right? Why? Xiao Bieli spoke angrily. I'm afraid both of us won't be able to return alive. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Does that Mo clan really dare to kill even you? These clans care about their face the most. This time, our objective is no different than swinging a slap on their face. Not to mention killing you under such circumstances, they would probably dare to attack even if an emperor of our White Deer Academy descends to this world. Xiao Bieli continued, Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. Even though they care about their honor, they are no fools. Moreover, we're not heading to the Thousand Cranes sect to kill them. We're merely going there to fight them for her. In short, it's much safer to get more old friends to support us. Xiao Bieli glanced at Yang Yi at this point and said, You head to Thousand Crane Dimension first and wait for me. Remember not to act rashly until I arrive. That place isn't our White Deer Dimension. They aren't engaging in internal strife. So, if you act rashly, then the experts of the entire Thousand Crane sect will be waiting for you. Yang Yi nodded and said, I won't act rashly. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly when he heard Yang Yi's agreement, and then he vanished on the spot. After Xiao Bieli left, Yang Yi's figure flashed and left as well. Chapter 1100. In order to get to Thousand Crane Dimension, he had to get to Sky Capital City and ride a cloud shuttle. Because Thousand Crane Dimension was extremely far from White Deer Dimension, and it would take at least a few days if he tried to fly there. But Yang Yi only had a day. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at Sky Capital City. However, when he went to purchase a ticket, the staff there told him that the cloud shuttles throughout Sky Capital City had been grounded temporarily. As for the reason, the staff member didn't know and only said that it was an order from his higher-ups. Because the cloud shuttles belonged to Cloud Merchant Group, so Yang Yi headed to Cloud Merchant Group's branch first. Head just arrived near the branch when a young man came over to greet him, and then the young man said, Do you need something? Yang Yi replied, I'm looking for Manager Bai. The young man was slightly stunned, and then he sized up Yang Yi before he said, Do you have an appointment? An appointment? Yang Yi was surprised. I need an appointment? Of course. The young man continued. Anyone who intends to meet Manager Bai has to have an appointment. If you don't have one, then I'm sorry, but it's not possible. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he withdrew the gold card that Bai Xiangyao had given him. Will this work? The young man's expression changed when he saw it, and then his expression instantly became respectful. Yes, it does. Honored guest, please wait a moment. They'll report your arrival right away. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man bowed respectfully to Yang Yi, and then he turned around and left. Moreover, it only took a moment for an attendant to quickly serve Yang Yi high-quality tea. There was a trace of surprise in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw the tea because it was actually low-grade Saint-rank tea. Yang Yi glanced at the gold card in his hand and said, "This thing is really quite useful." It didn't take long for the young man to return, and he walked over to Yang Yi and bowed slightly. "I'm sorry. Manager Bai is still entertaining guests. So, am unable to see her." Yang Yi asked, "How long will it take?" The young man replied respectfully, "Around an hour or two." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "It's fine. They'll wait." "All right." The young man continued, "My name is Shaoli. Please feel free to tell me if you need anything." The young man turned around and left once he finished speaking. After the young man left, Yang Yi closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The main problem in his trip wasn't the Thousand Crane sect or the Mo clan. It was Xiao Yushi. Even though she had some feelings for him and believed that she was his wife, her memories hadn't recovered. Yang Yi was able to sense that she was in immense pain. Besides that, in Yang Yi's opinion, only Xiao Yushi with her complete memories was the complete Xiao Yushi, and it was the same for her. Xiao Yushi who had her memories sealed wasn't complete. So, his main objective this time was to find a way to restore her memories. If he wanted to accomplish that, then he had to act against her master. A thought and a plan gradually appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress arrived in the hall. Shaoli suddenly appeared out of nowhere when she arrived here. Shaoli hurriedly ran over to her and was about to speak when she waved her hand. "Has Bai Xiangyao still not finished?" Shaoli hurriedly replied, "Young miss, Manager Bai isn't done yet." The woman in a red dress suddenly slapped her palm against the table by her side, and it was instantly blasted into powder. She roared furiously. Bai Xiangyao is really getting more and more arrogant. Even making me, Li Shueqing, wait an hour doesn't seem sufficient for her? Does she intend to make me wait a day? Shaoli hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Young Miss Li, please calm yourself. Manager Bai is really entertaining a guest." She gave the order that no one is allowed to disturb her. Once she's done, I'll immediately slap. Meanwhile, Li Shueqing suddenly slapped Shaoli, and a mouthful of blood instantly sprayed from the latter as his figure was blasted flying. In the end, his figure smashed against the wall before crashing to the ground. "Tell her or anyone else that if I don't see her in 15 minutes, then I'll just take those cloud shuttles myself." Li Shueqing glanced coldly at Shaoli who was lying on the ground. "Don't even think that she can't act arrogantly to my Li clan just because she closed a huge deal. Tell her that she and her by family aren't qualified." Yang Yi flicked his finger, and a gust of wind instantly appeared beneath Shaoli and helped him up. Yang Yi said, "You can leave." Shaoli hurriedly bowed to Yang Yi, and then he withdrew himself in a sorry state. Li Shueqing suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Why did you do that?" Yang Yi glanced at her. "No reason at all." Li Shueqing was just about to speak when Bai Xiangyao walked out from inside with a woman in a green and white dress. "Don't worry, young Miss Yi. I've given the orders to prepare everything you've asked for. As for that cloud shuttle, we'll send someone with you. You can use anything you need." Bai Xiangyao gazed at the woman and spoke softly, and her attitude was rather respectful. The woman nodded lightly. "It'll be troubling young Miss Bai. It's my duty." Bai Xiangyao smiled. "If young Miss Yi comes to Sky Capital City in the future, feel free to let me know if you need anything." "Of course." The woman continued. "It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." The woman turned around with the intention to leave once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Li Shueqing suddenly obstructed her path, and it caused her to frown slightly. "Who are you?" Li Shueqing said. "I heard that you intend to borrow a cloud shuttle?" The woman nodded slightly. Li Shueqing laughed coldly. "I'm sorry, but they can't be lent to you." The woman asked, "Why?" Li Shueqing didn't answer the woman, and she gazed at Bai Xiangyao, who was frowning instead. She withdrew a command token and said, "Bai Xiangyao, the headquarters have ordered that the command of all cloud shuttles in Sky Capital City are to be temporarily handed over to my Cloud Illumination City. They'll be sending my people to fly all the cloud shuttles to Cloud Illumination City." Bai Xiangyao glanced at the command token and frowned. "Why haven't I received any orders from the headquarters?" "You'll get it very soon." Li Shueqing continued, "Now, I'm taking all the cloud shuttles. So, order all your subordinates to provide their full cooperation to me." Bai Xiangyao glanced at Li Shueqing, glanced at the command token in Li Zhuiking's grasp, and then pondered deeply for a short moment. The command token is authentic. It'll command them to cooperate with you and allow you to take the cloud shuttles. However, one has to be left for young Miss Yi. So, you can only take 9. Li Shueqing laughed coldly. "Bai Xiangyao, did you not hear me clearly? All right, I'll repeat myself one more time. The headquarters want me to take control over all the cloud shuttles. Sky Capital City has 10, so I'm taking all 10. Understand?" Bai Xianjiao's face fell. "One must be given to young Miss Yi." "Her." Li Shueqing sized up the woman with a cold gaze, and then she laughed with ridicule. "Why should she be given one?" "Bai Xiangyao, I'm telling you that I'm not going to do that. Young miss, we don't seem to know each other, right?" Meanwhile, the woman suddenly gazed at Li Shueqing. "Why are you filled with hostility towards me?" Li Shueqing replies, "I just can't stand the sight of you, all right?" The woman glanced at Li Shueqing and asked, "Why?" The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. "She's clearly looking for trouble with you." Bai Xiangyao didn't speak, but there was a trace of pity in her eyes when she looked at Li Shueqing. Li Shueqing was instantly stunned by the woman's question, and then she pointed a finger at the woman. "Bitch, I can't stand the sight of you, understand? I don't like you, so I'm not lending a cloud shuttle to you. Do you understand now?" "How presumptuous!" Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao roared furiously, "Li Shueqing, apologize to young Miss Yi right now. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this hall." "You're the one who's being presumptuous." Li Shueqing roared furiously, "Bai Xiangyao, who do you think you are? I won't be able to leave this hall. You'll do that?" She clapped her hands together at this point, and then 2 old men appeared behind her. "High-rank saints." Bai Xianjiao's face fell. Meanwhile, Li Shueqing suddenly pointed at the woman. "I suspect that there's something off about her. Restrain her and question her properly." One of the old men behind her stretched out his hand and intended to grab the woman. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened wide, and then there was extreme shock in his eyes. The color in his eyes gradually faded, and then he fell backwards to the ground. There was a blood-red hole at the center of his forehead, and a bamboo sword had suddenly appeared in the woman's grasp. Yang Yi suddenly stood up while shock filled his eyes. Li Shueqing and the old man behind her were stunned. When he saw the bamboo sword in the woman's grasp, the old man behind Li Shueqing immediately cried out involuntarily, You're Apex City's sword lover, Yi Miaozhu?" The woman nodded. "I am." The old man seemed like he was struck by lightning upon hearing her, and his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. As for Li Shueqing, she was in a worse state and had slumped down to the ground. Yi Miaozhu paid no attention to them. She put her bamboo sword away, glanced at Yang Yi, and then moved around them and left the hall. Yang Yi watched her figure vanish before he withdrew his gaze, and then he walked over to Bai Xiangyao. "Manager Bai, I want to borrow a cloud shuttle from you." Bai Xiangyao was slightly stunned. She was about to speak when Li Shueqing suddenly stood up, and then she pointed a finger at Yang Yi and howled, "You want to borrow one as well? On what basis? On what basis?" Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 11:01. Yang Yi gazed at Li Shueqing and spoke calmly, "I'm not asking you for it." Li Shueqing laughed coldly. "All the cloud shuttles throughout Sky Capital City are under my control now." Yang Yi ignored her and gazed at Bai Xiangyao. The latter pondered deeply for a moment, and then she asked, "Young Master Yang, where are you heading?" Yang Yi replied, "Thousand Crane Dimension." "Thousand Crane Dimension?" Bai Xiangyao was slightly stunned, and then she said, "You can travel with young Miss Yi. She's returning to Apex City, and she just happens to be passing by Thousand Crane Dimension." Yang Yi asked, "That woman from before?" Bai Xiangyao nodded. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he nodded, "All right." The cloud shuttles weren't ordinary things, and they weren't under Bai Xianjiao's control anymore. So it wasn't nice for him to cause her too much trouble. Bai Xiangyao grinned and said, "Come with me. I'll send you there." Yang Yi nodded, and he intended to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Li Xueqing suddenly obstructed his path. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "What?" Li Xueqing said, "Apologize to me." Yang Yi was speechless. Li Zuiking's face became gloomy. "Apologize to me." Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he couldn't help but chuckled. "I'm really very curious about why I should apologize to you. Give me a reason, all right?" "I can't stand the sight of you," Li Xueqing contained. "Is that reason enough?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Based on your words and actions, I know that the power standing behind you is definitely not weak, and you should be someone who was spoiled and pampered since a young age. People like you are haughty and conceited, and they think they are the center of the universe. They think that everyone has to please them and act according to their will. If something doesn't go as you will it, then you'll be unable to stand the sight of that person. But you just so happen to have no ability at all. Your reliance is either your father or grandfather. Am I right? You're the one Stu has dared to speak like this to me." Li Zuiking's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "I guarantee that you'll be the last." At this point, she moved aside and said, "Kill him." Her goal was to kill him, because she didn't want others to know how embarrassingly Shed acted just now and spread word of it. However, the old man behind her hadn't even acted when her eyes opened wide, because Yang Yi had appeared in front of her. At the same time, Yang Ye's hand had clamped down tightly on her throat. "How dare you?" The old man's expression changed drastically, and he shouted furiously, "Quickly let go of my young miss." Bai Xianjiao's expression had changed slightly as well, and she quickly spoke. "Young Master Yang, please don't act rashly." She knew Yang Ye's temper and character well, and she knew that he was one who knew no restraint. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Xiangyao and said, "Don't worry, Miss Bai. I had a sudden urge to give her a lesson." Yang Yi turned his head to gaze at Li Xueqing, and then he said, "See? If you don't have any ability, then your life might be in another's hands at any moment. As for your father or grandfather, do you think they can save you at a time like this? If you dare to kill me, then my grand." Li Xueqing glared angrily at Yang Yi and seemed to intend to say something. However, Yang Yi suddenly slammed her against the ground. Bang! Her face instantly collided against the ground, and an explosion resounded as the ground cracked apart while strands of blood sprayed out from the point of collision. A shrill cry instantly resounded. "How dare you?" The old man was furious, and he disregarded everything and immediately slapped his right palm towards Yang Yi. A ray of brilliant light greeted that palm of his. It had only just come into contact with his palm when the old man's expression changed drastically, because the ray of light had pierced straight through his palm and shot through his shoulder as well. A stream of blood sprayed out from him. The old man was shocked and said, Who exactly are you?" After all, Yang Yi had pierced through his palm with a single attack, and Yang Yi was only a half-saint. This time, the old man was shocked to the extreme. At the same time, he understood that he and his young miss had bit off more than they could chew again. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he lifted Li Xueqing up. At this moment, her beautiful face was covered in blood, and her features were distorted as well. "You, I'll kill you." Li Xueqing gazed at Yang Yi and howled madly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly slammed her against the ground again. Bang! Blood sprayed towards the surroundings as the ground cracked further, and Li Zuiking's shrill cries resounded once more. "You!" The old man was horrified, and he seemed like he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at him and said, "Attack me and see what happens." The old man's heart shook. He hesitated for an instant, and he didn't dare to attack in the end. However, it was naturally impossible for him to just watch as Li Xueqing was tortured like that. He immediately said, My young miss was insensible, and I apologize for her offense. Please do forgive her. He was no fool. This fellow before him possessed such terrifying strength and was just a half-saint. Such geniuses definitely possessed extraordinary backgrounds. If I didn't possess sufficient strength, you would have allowed your young miss to do as she pleased. But now that I do, you concede and apologize? If it was before this, then perhaps I would have accepted your apology, but it's too late now. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he lifted Li Shueqing up again. Is your head clearer now? If it isn't, and if you still can't discern the situation clearly, then he'll help you clear it up. All right? What exactly do you want? Li Shueqing gazed at Yang Yi with terror in her eyes. She was truly quite afraid of Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Do you understand the principle that I spoke of just now? What principle? As soon as Li Shueqing finished speaking, her head was slammed against the ground again. Bai Xiangyao couldn't bear to watch, but she didn't say anything and just looked away. The old man's profound energy surged while rage appeared on his face. However, he didn't dare to attack in the end. In the end, he could only shoot a pleading gaze at Bai Xiangyao. However, Bai Xiangyao clearly didn't want to interfere, so she immediately acted like she hadn't noticed his gaze. Yang Yi lifted her up and said, Do you remember now? I remember. Li Zuiqing's voice carried terror in it as she spoke. I don't have strength, so my life might be in the hands of another at any moment. I really understand now. Don't hit me anymore. She actually started to cry at this point. Li Xiangyao finally couldn't continue watching anymore and said, Young Master Yang. Yang Yi shrugged. All right, now it seems like I'm the bad guy. He released her and said, Since you've understood, then there's no need to continue this lesson. Now, let's talk about the cost. Your threats cause severe harm to my mind and heart. Such harm can't be healed without 500 violet crystals. As for the lesson I just gave you so that you understood how to act, I exhausted a huge amount of my mental strength. The fees for such tuition costs at least 500 violet crystals. At this point, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and said, The total is 1,000 violet crystals. Thank you. Bai Xiangyao was speechless. Li Shueqing was stunned as well. As soon as she recovered from her shock, she immediately glared angrily at Yang Yi. 1,000 violet crystals? You think it's too little? Yang Yi nodded slightly. All right, give me 1,500 then. She glared angrily at Yang Yi. No one knew whether it was because of her anger or the injuries on her mouth, but she actually couldn't finish a full sentence. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, What? Do you feel that's too little as well? Then, no. Li Shueqing suddenly interrupted Yang Yi. I don't think it's too little. Yang Yi stretched out his hand, then handed over. Li Shueqing said, I don't have that much with me. Yang Yi replied, Then continue your lesson. Li Zuiqing's expression changed drastically when she heard him, and she hurriedly said, I can withdraw them. I'll withdraw them here. Yang Yi nodded. Then do it quickly. I'm in a rush. Li Shueqing glanced at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew a gold card and passed it to Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao glanced at her, and then she turned around and left. In next to no time, Bai Xiangyao walked over and passed a spatial ring to Yang Yi. There are 1,500 violet crystals in there. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he took it while a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If these 1,500 violet crystals were included, then he had 4,000 right now. That was a huge sum. Bai Xiangyao said, Let's go. Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Li Shueqing suddenly asked, What's your name? Yang Yi gazed at her and said, What? You intend to get even with me later? Li Shueqing didn't dare look him in the eyes and spoke softly, No. Yang Yi smiled and said, It's fine. If you want to look for trouble with me, you can come to White Deer Academy at any time. Right? My name is Xu Wuxian. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked off in a very carefree manner. Xu Wuxian. Li Shueqing clenched her fists slowly. Chapter 1102. Thank you. Bai Xiangyao spoke abruptly while they traveled to the cloud shuttle. For what? Yang Yi gazed at her with slight bewilderment. Bai Xiangyao spoke softly, "Thank you for not killing her. I would have to face a huge amount of trouble if you killed her in my branch." Yang Yi replied, "I'm not a maniac." "Right, who was that young Miss Yi?" It looked likely Xu Etching and the old man were extremely afraid of her, and they didn't even dare to make a sound after she killed one of them. Bai Xiangyao shook her head slightly. "She's no ordinary person. Not to mention killing one of them. Nothing would happen to her even if she killed all of them. Li Xueqing was pampered and spoiled from a young age, and she can be considered to have caused a huge amount of trouble this time. I presume that she won't be able to leave her home for a long time once she returns after this." Yang Yi was quite curious. What is that young Miss Yes background? Bai Xiangyao spoke solemnly. "She's from Apex City." Yang Yi spoke honestly. "I've never heard of it." The corners of Bai Xianjiao's mouth twitched, and a short while passed before she laughed bitterly. "Don't say that to anyone, or you'll be laughed at for being ignorant. Apex City is ranked at the 3rd place amongst all the cities throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and it's extremely famous. Apex City isn't a diamond rank power, but many diamond rank powers dare not offend it. Especially the current city governor, Yi Longxia. He's called the #1 sword in the Central Divine Prefecture, and he's ranked at the 10th position on the martial rankings." The 10th. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. The top 10 was quite terrifying. After all, Feng Qingyi was extremely strong, but he was only ranked at the 21st. So, Yang Yi could imagine how terrifying Yi Longxia, who was ranked at the 10th, would be. Bai Xiangyao nodded. Besides a few diamond rank powers, there are very few powers that dare to offend Apex City. As for daring to go against it, there are even fewer. Because not to mention anything else, just Yi Longxia alone is sufficient to be a huge headache for many powers. Unless an emperor descends here, no one is capable of doing anything about an existence like him. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What's Yi Miao's connection to Yi Longxia?" "She's his younger sister." Bai Xiangyao continued, "She's a very kind and gentle person, and her reputation in the prefecture is extremely good. Moreover, she's extremely strong as well, but no one knows how strong she is. Because she rarely gets angry, and coupled with the fact that no one dares to offend her, her true strength has always been a mystery." Yang Yi asked, "She isn't ranked on the martial rankings?" Bai Xiangyao shook her head. "She isn't. However, it isn't because of her strength. It wouldn't be a problem for her to ascend the martial rankings with the strength she possesses. As for why she hasn't, perhaps it's because of her character." Bai Xiangyao suddenly stopped and said, "We're here." Yang Yi looked up and saw a huge cloud shuttle not too far away from them. Both of them got on the cloud shuttle and met Yi Miaozhu. The latter glanced at Yang Yi and then shot a puzzled gaze at Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao said, "Young Miss Yi, young Master Yi intends to head to Thousand Crane Dimension. You just happen to be passing by Thousand Crane Dimension on the way back to Apex City." "So?" Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly. "No problem." Bai Xiangyao grinned, and then she glanced at both Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu. "Take care." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. It didn't take long for the cloud shuttle to depart. On the deck, Yi Miaozhu suddenly asked, "You're a sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. She asked another question. "You've attained void rank sword intent?" Yang Yi nodded again and said, "Your sword intent should have attained the void rank as well, right?" She nodded lightly, and then glanced at him. "I rarely see sword cultivators outside Apex City. Want to have a spar?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "This doesn't seem to be a suitable place." Yi Miaozhu said, "There's no need for a battle." He looked ahead and continued, "Feel that? The cloud shuttle is speeding up. It won't take long for its speed to arrive at an extremely terrifying level. At that time, even a high-rank saint might be torn into bits without the protection provided by the rooms here." Yang Yi said, "Go on." She lightly combed the hair by her ear and spoke softly, "Let's see who'll be the first one to be unable to endure it, all right?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "All right." She nodded lightly and didn't speak further. Yang Yi didn't speak as well, and they both looked ahead. The cloud shuttle was growing faster and faster, and its speed had surpassed the peak of a half-saint. The powerful wind pressure striking against them already started to make them feel slightly uncomfortable. Another while passed, and the wind was like countless sharp blades that were ceaselessly cutting their bodies. At least that was what they felt right now. Meanwhile, a strand of sword and tint suddenly surged out from within Yi Miaozhu, and then it instantly formed an invisible barrier in front of her. In an instant, she returned to normal, but the space before started to ripple strangely. On the other hand, Yang Yi didn't do anything. He just allowed his body to be struck by the high-speed wind around him. Even though the cloud shuttle was very fast, it wasn't fast enough to tear open his body. Unless it attained a speed similar to when he executed death by a thought with his full strength. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to be torn apart. But the cloud shuttle's current speed was far from attaining such speed. Yang Yi gradually felt his body become hot, and it felt like something was trying to tear it apart. However, such speed was far from sufficient to actually tear his body apart. Yi Miaozhu had her hands behind her back while her eyes were closed. She seemed like she was in a meditative state. The friction created from moving at high speeds seemed to not affect her at all. Unlike Yang Yi, she was using her sword intent to resist it, and Yang Yi was using his body. Time passed by slowly, and the cloud shuttle's speed gradually arrived at its limits. At this moment, there actually were threads of flames on Yang Yi's body. Presently, he didn't just feel a slight feeling of something trying to tear his body apart. It hurt instead. It was like he was being minced into pieces. Moreover, the bones through his entire body had started to make cracking noises. Yi Miaozhu was still calm as before, but the space around her had started to ripple like tidal waves. A long time passed before the cloud shuttle started to gradually slow down. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. Your body is at the divine fortitude realm. Yang Yi didn't try to conceal it and nodded. How surprising, Yi Miaozhu said. As a sword cultivator, your body has actually arrived at the divine fortitude realm. If someone didn't know you were a sword cultivator, they would definitely think you were a body cultivator. Yang Yi replied, to be honest, I thought you were a weak woman when I first met you, because I didn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of profound energy from you, and I didn't sense a trace of sword intent as well. Yi Miaozhu grinned. I wanted to witness your cultivation in the sword Dao, but you didn't utilize your sword intent. Let's have a spar if we have a chance in the future. Yang Yi continued, I rarely meet formidable sword cultivators, especially sword cultivators in the younger generation. You're actually the first I've ever met. Sparring with sword cultivators, and especially formidable sword cultivators, was extremely beneficial to the improvement of his own sword Dao. Even though everyone used the sword, every person had a different Dao of the sword. If they could spar and learn from each other, then it would definitely be beneficial to both of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable to do that now, and he didn't have the time as well. Yi Miaozhu smiled. Come to Apex City, and you'll meet many. Yang Yi replied. They'll definitely go have a look if I have the time. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu's expressions changed, and they simultaneously turned around to look towards the distance. A black spot was rushing towards them from the horizon. It took less than a breath of time for a black-robed and emaciated old man to appear before them. A quasi-emperor. Yi Miaozhu's face fell. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he glanced at Yi Miaozhu. Obviously, she was the old man's target because he didn't recognize the old man at all. The old man's gaze descended onto Yi Miaozhu, and he said, Your void flash sword technique really is formidable. You were even able to shake me off. Unfortunately, you're heavily injured now, so I presume you're unable to execute it again. Now, are you going to come willingly with me, or should I take you by force? She's heavily injured. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as he turned around to gaze at Yi Miaozhu, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected that she was actually heavily injured. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yi Miaozhu gazed at the old man and said, How did your evil faction locate my whereabouts? The evil faction? Yang Yi gazed at the old man. He's actually from the evil faction. He didn't know much about the evil faction, but based on what had heard in the past, it was an extremely terrifying power. You don't need to know that. The old man continued, Don't worry. My evil faction won't kill you. We just need your older brother to help us do something. Of course, if he refuses. Haha, I believe that so long as you're in our hands, then he will definitely not refuse, and he wouldn't dare to refuse either. Yi Miaozhu fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "Allow this friend of mine to leave, and then he'll go with you." "That won't do." The old man shook his head slightly. "I can't let Apex City know that you've fallen into the hands of my evil faction for now. So, he must die. I think you should die instead." Suddenly, Yang Yes' voice resounded, and then he swiftly drew his sword. A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy tore through the sky, and it shot towards the old man. It was 100 overlapped heaven rends. Chapter 11:03. Even though he had a good impression of Yi Miaozhu, Yang Yi wasn't interested in interfering with the enmity between Apex City and the evil faction. He had a huge number of enemies already, and he would really be courting death by adding the evil faction to the list. That was why Head had the intent to leave earlier, but he hadn't expected that the old man would actually want to kill him to keep him quiet. Now, he had no choice but to interfere. In Yang Yes' opinion, he tried his best not to cause trouble, but if others insisted on looking for trouble with him, then he wouldn't hold back at all. His attitude towards life was to never shrink back and fight if he wasn't pleased. What if he couldn't defeat his enemy? Then flee. The enemy was a quasi-emperor, so he hadn't held back when he attacked. Because they were very close and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi had launched a sudden attack, Yang Yes' sword energy had arrived in front of the old man when the old man had just recovered from his shock. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted in the sky, and then the cloud shuttle shook violently and started to sway from left to right. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to calm once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu's figures had vanished from the cloud shuttle. "I made a mistake in my judgment this time." The emaciated old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he transformed into a black ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi had naturally fled. He hadn't fought a quasi-emperor in the past, but he knew that unless he used all his trump cards, like using his intent and laws with the brink laws, or the ultimate version of death by a thought, it would be utterly impossible to defeat the old man. But once he utilized those trump cards, it would be equivalent to putting his life on the line. At this moment, he had no intention to risk his life against the old man. Yang Yi had taken Yi Miaozhu along with him as he fled. She was heavily injured, so it was impossible for her to be a match for the old man. Once he was done with her, the old man would definitely come for him. So, he took her with him. After all, based on her identity, she would have definitely sought assistance from Apex City. Perhaps the experts of Apex City were already on the way. Sure enough, Yi Miaozhu, who was held by the waist in Yang Yes' arms, said, "Hold on for 15 minutes. The forces of my Apex City are on the way. It'll take 15 minutes at most for them to get here." 15 minutes? Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you sure they'll be able to locate you accurately?" Yi Miaozhu replied, "Yes." Yang Yi nodded lightly, "All right." As he spoke, he placed her on his back, and then the sword wings swiftly unfolded behind him. Yang Yes' speed suddenly rose explosively under the assistance of the sword wings, and he transformed into a speck of light that vanished into the horizon. That wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi had even activated the laws of speed. With both the sword wings and laws of speed enhancing his speed, Yang Yes' speed had arrived at an extremely terrifying level. The space in his wake instantly cracked apart before shattering into pieces, and because he was too fast, fine cracks had even started to appear slowly throughout his body. Yang Yi didn't dare to utilize his physical strength to increase his speed further, because if he did that, then the old man wouldn't have to catch up to him before he would cripple himself. His current speed was at the limits of his Bodis endurance. Yi Miaozhu suddenly said, "He's getting closer." Yang Yi asked, "How strong is the evil faction?" Yi Miaozhu pondered deeply for a short moment and said, "Very strong." Yang Yi asked, "How strong is very strong?" Yi Miaozhu replied, "Have you heard of the Nether Pavilion?" Yang Yi answered, "I have." She said, "They dare to go against the Nether Pavilion." The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. A short while passed before he laughed bitterly and thought to himself, "Old man Shao, you can't blame me for this. I really didn't cause trouble this time. It was they who came to look for trouble with me." After all, if Ding Xiao found out that Yang Yi had offended the evil faction, then one could only imagine how furious he would be. Yi Miaozhu spoke softly. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Yang Yi shook his head. "I brought it on to myself." He added, "How strong is that old geezer?" A senior quasi-emperor. Yi Miaozhu spoke solemnly. "Your cultivation is too low, so you're no match for him. You just have to delay him for 15 minutes, and then we'll be safe." Yang Yi said, "I can sense that he's growing closer. It won't even take 15 minutes. He'll catch up to us in 100 breaths of time at most. Then put me down." Yi Miaozhu said, "I should be able to keep him busy for a short while." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "Are you joking?" "Of course not." Yi Miaozhu continued, "I dragged you into this, and I feel sorry for that. So, how can I make you go down with me? Based on your strength and speed, if you flee on your own, then you have a very good chance of staying alive until the experts of my apex city arrive." "I'm really quite tempted by that." Yang Yi shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's too late now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stopped fleeing because the emaciated old man was standing not too far ahead of them. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "You're a sword cultivator from Apex City, right? What a failure in judgment. Needless to say, the sword cultivators of your Apex City really are not bad. Not to mention Yilong Xia. Just that little girl's attainments in the sword Dao are absolutely formidable. Even I almost suffered an injury by accident. As for you, a tiny little half-saint actually possessed such attainments in the sword Dao. That's very rare as well." Yang Yi sighed softly. "I cultivated in Apex City for a few dozen years, and I finally left Apex City recently. I thought that I would have no need to fear anyone below the Emperor realm, but after I met Senior, I realized that this world isn't as I imagined. Just like this very moment, I feel like I'm stuck in quicksand and am absolutely powerless." He naturally wasn't foolish enough to tell the old man that he was from White Deer Academy. White Deer Academy couldn't endure another battle, so being considered as a member of Apex City was exactly what he wanted. Yi Miaozhu glanced at Yang Yi, but remained silent. There was a trace of interest in the old man's eyes when he heard Yang Yi. "You know your limits well. Even though your strength isn't bad, you really can't fight back against me. However, your speed is really not bad. I'm afraid that very few at the same realm of cultivation would be able to compare to you." Yang Yi sighed. "Unfortunately, all of that is useless before Senior. Even though I know that you're buying time, I have to say that I don't really want to kill you. Unfortunately, I have no other choice. It's related to the grand plans of my evil faction, so you can't be allowed to live." The emaciated old man was about to attack once he finished speaking. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Wait." The old man asked, "What?" Yang Yi took a deep breath, and his face was covered in resolve. "Senior, I cultivated for a few dozen years in Apex City, and I cultivated a sword technique for over 10 years. It's called God Slaughter. It's said to even be capable of killing emperors in an instant. Since I started cultivating it until now, I've never executed it in battle. Now that I've met Senior, I know that my time is over, but I hope that Senior will be able to give me a chance to execute God Slaughter. In that way, they'll be able to die without regrets." God Slaughter? The old man was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at Yi Miaozhu. "Does your Apex City have such a sword technique? It can even kill emperors in an instant?" Yi Miaozhu was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly pinched her butt. Yi Miaozhu's face instantly flushed red. She nodded, and then lowered her head to gaze at Yang Yi while a trace of embarrassment and anger could be seen in her eyes. The old man gazed at Yang Yi once he saw Yi Miaozhu nod. "Even emperors can be killed in an instant. Now that you've said that, I'm really quite curious. All right, execute it. Let me see if this God Slaughter you speak of is really that strong." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Senior, it might kill you in an instant. Are you really willing to let me execute it?" "What a joke." The old man laughed with ridicule. "Kill me in an instant? Not to mention a mere half-saint like you. Even a quasi-emperor can only dream of killing me, Ku Rong, in an instant. Go on. Feel free to attack. Let me see how great you are." Yang Yi took a deep breath. and then an intense sword condensed in his grasp. His void-rank sword intent surged out explosively, and the space around him instantly started to ripple. It was an absolutely shocking sight. After that, Yang Yi took a step forward, and the intense sword in his grasp shook violently. OM! A sword howl pierced the sky. In next to no time, countless rays of light appeared around Yang Yi. Under the effects of his void-rank sword intent, all of these rays of sword energy emanated ear-piercing sword howls without end. However, with Ku Rong's discerning ability, he was naturally able to instantly discern that most of those rays of sword energy were just after images, and there were only two that were real. Meanwhile, an ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp, and he sheathed the intense sword within it. As soon as his sword was sheathed, Yang Yi's aura instantly became extremely fierce and sharp, and it seemed like it could even pierce a hole through the sky. Ku Rong's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of seriousness in them. At the same time, his profound energy started to circulate. In an instant, countless white barriers of energy appeared above his skin. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there were at least 100 of these barriers overlapped on each other. Besides that, Head slowly clenched his right fist, and a dazzling ray of cold light flickered on his fist. As a quasi-emperor, he could be said to have experienced countless battles. So, he would naturally not do something like underestimating his opponent. After all, countless people had died from their carelessness. God. Slaughter. As soon as Yang Yi's voice resounded, Ku Rong's expression changed slightly, and then he stretched his right hand forward. The entire expanse of space before him instantly became ethereal. However, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Head fled. Ku Rong was stunned when he witnessed this scene, and then his face immediately became gloomy. Had actually been tricked. Ku Rong relaxed his right fist, and he dispersed the defensive barriers around himself before intending to pursue Yang Yi. However, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Ku Rong's pupils constricted when he saw it, and it only took an instant for a sword to stab against the center of his forehead. Chapter 11:04. Flee? Yang Yi had thought of that, and had done so. But the facts were that the old man's speed far surpassed his own, so he couldn't escape at all. If he tried to continue fleeing, then he would only be wasting his time and energy. So, after his plan to buy time had failed, he decisively chose to fight. Thus, Yang Yi had immediately executed death by a thought. However, he hadn't put all his strength in it, and merely enhanced it with the sword wings and laws of speed. Even then, when it was coupled with death by a thought's inherent speed, his speed had arrived at a terrifying level. Everywhere he passed, even space was instantly torn apart, and the spatial tear was spreading swiftly towards the surroundings. A huge spatial rift that seemed like a river gad appeared in the sky. As for Yang Yi's own body, it had started to be torn apart as well. But it wasn't that bad, and it was within the scope of his endurance. It was swift to the extreme. However, right when the tip of his sword was about to pierce through Ku Rong's skin, it couldn't move an inch further. Because Ku Rong's fingers had clamped down on Yang Yi's intense sword, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Pierce. Yang Yi grabbed the intense sword with both hands and spun it. Bang! Ku Rong's figure was blasted backwards, but Yang Yi's intense sword wasn't able to move an inch further. That attack of yours wasn't bad, and your plan wasn't bad as well. You've injured me, but it's far from sufficient to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the intense sword in Yang Yi's grasp shattered, and then Ku Rong slammed his palm against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood before flying backwards with Yi Miaozhu on his back, and they flew over 5 kilometers away. As for Yi Miaozhu, the impact made her spit out a mouthful of blood as well. After he stopped his figure, Yang Yi glanced at his chest which had sunken down, and his expression was extremely serious. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the strength of quasi-emperors were. Your cultivation of the body isn't bad. You've really surprised me quite a bit. As soon as Ku Rong finished speaking, He instantly appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he swung his sword with extreme haste. Bang! At the moment his sword swung down, Yang Yi felt mincing pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying again. This time, he hadn't even been able to see how the old man attacked. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu suddenly spoke from behind him, 100 breaths of time. Will be saved in 100 breaths of time. Even 10 breaths of time are a problem. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, Ku Rong took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed and immediately tossed Yi Miaozhu away. After that, a pillar of blood shot into the air. At the same time, a terrifying ray of bloody light surged out from within him and instantly pushed Ku Rong away. An emperor rank sword? And it's even a sword of slaughter. A wisp of surprise flashed through Ku Rong's eyes. You are actually able to suppress such a sword. What formidable willpower. That sword is filled with the intent to slaughter and do evil. So I presume you aren't a good person as well, kid. If you're willing to swear on your soul that you'll join my evil face and pledge your loyalty to my evil faction, then I'll spare you today. All right? Slash. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all. His figure immediately flashed and swung a ray of blood-red light at Ku Rong. If it was before this, he would definitely start talking nonsense with Ku Rong. But while his mind was still clear now, it was filled with the intent to kill. All he wanted to do right now was kill. When he had Heaven's gravestone in his grasp and enhanced it with void rank swords intent and slaughter intent, Yang Yi's strength had instantly multiplied numerous times. Ku Rong's eyes narrowed when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he twisted his right palm lightly, causing a ray of white light to immediately appear on it. A moment later, he slapped his palm at Yang Yi. Bang! The sword and palm collided, and the entire sky instantly started trembling. A wave of white energy and blood-red energy swept out swiftly towards the surroundings, and it instantly covered the entire sky. Blood-red sword energy shot into the sky from amidst the wave of energy. It didn't take long for the wave of energy in the sky to be torn apart and transformed into powder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Ku Rong appeared within Yi Miaozhu's field of vision. She instantly frowned when she saw them because Yang Yi was clearly in a disadvantaged state. At this moment, even though Yang Yi was using Heaven's gravestone, the gap between their cultivations was truly too huge. Moreover, his skill in combat was extremely inferior to Ku Rong. If he wasn't relying on Heaven's gravestone and his 2 types of void rank intent, he would have lost a long time ago. It was only because of them that had been barely able to fight Ku Rong. Yi Miaozhu pondered deeply for an instant, and then her figure shot towards Ku Rong. When she arrived around 10 m away from Ku Rong, a few hundred rays of green sword energy suddenly surged out from within him and shot towards Ku Rong. Once the green sword energy arrived before Ku Rong, they suddenly shook before instantly merging into a huge green sword. After that, the huge green sword's speed rose explosively and instantly appeared behind Ku Rong. Ku Rong's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the huge sword assault him while he was still fighting Yang Yi, and he swiftly slapped his palms towards his sides. Bang! 2 rays of white light swiftly swept out from his palms and instantly blasted both Yang Yi and Yi Miaozhu away. Yang Yi was in a comparatively better state. As soon as had been blasted away, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards Ku Rong. But Yi Miaozhu immediately lost her ability to fight once she was blasted flying. After all, she was heavily injured, and attacking just now had caused her injuries to worsen. Now that she's been blasted away by Ku Rong, and it was obvious how terrible her current state was. Actually, the state Yang Yi was in wasn't much better. Ku Rong's strength was entirely sufficient to pierce through his defenses, so he was covered in injuries as well. Yang Yi felt quite aggrieved because this entire incident had nothing to do with him, but had offended a quasi-emperor for merely traveling on the same shuttle as Yi Miaozhu, and that quasi-emperor even intended to kill him to keep him quiet. It could be said that had really been dragged into this battle because of bad luck, but he had no choice but to fight it. 10 breaths of time. Suddenly, Yi Miaozhu's voice resounded. Bang! Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted away again. But just like before, his body had been able to endure it by force. If it were any other ordinary half-saint, just one attack of mine would have blasted him into pieces. Yet you are able to persist after suffering so many attacks from me. Your body has arrived at the divine fortitude realm. As he spoke, Ku Rong was about to attack. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around. A ray of light had suddenly torn its way out of the space behind him, and the scene of this caused Ku Rong's expression to change again and swiftly slap his palm towards it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Ku Rong was pushed over 500 m back. Ku Rong glanced at his palm. At this moment, a hole had appeared at the center of his palm, and it caused his eyes to narrow slightly. A moment later, his figure shot explosively towards Yi Miaozhu. When he witnessed this scene, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to stomp his foot against the space beneath him, and his figure transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot forward explosively and instantly arrived in front of Ku Rong. "Fuck off!" Ku Rong roared furiously as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! The sword and fist collided, and the space around them instantly collapsed. However, it merely took an instant for the space there to be restored. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light as he flew backwards. But it only took a moment for him to grab Heaven's gravestone with both hands and swing it forcefully at Ku Rong. This caused Ku Rong's expression to become ferocious. Die! As soon as he spoke, Ku Rong was about to attack. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he didn't hesitate to flash away and appear 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi had stopped as well. The space throughout the area in front of him had started to tremble, and it seemed like something was about to emerge from within it. As expected of the 10th on the martial rankings. Suddenly, Ku Rong's voice resounded. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Ku Rong, and Ku Rong's gaze was on him as well. "I'll remember you." Ku Rong's figure shook and vanished on the spot. At the exact moment that Ku Rong vanished, a ray of light suddenly tore through space and appeared where had been standing. Even though it was a little late, Yang Yi was astounded to watch it actually slice through the space there and enter the spatial rift. Bang! An explosion resounded over 10,000 kilometers away. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he turned around, and there was a man not too far away from him. The man wore an ink-black robe, and he wore a black felt hat. His icy cold and proud eyes seemed like they saw nothing before them, and his deep eyes were filled with a calm expression. There was a black sword hanging on his waist. The sword was around 1 m long, and there was a short piece of black string tied to the hilt. There was a tiny pocket-sized sword at the end of the string. The man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and a short while passed before he frowned. "A sword of slaughter?" Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the blood-red sword started to become faint. At the same time, boundless slaughter intent started to surge back into him, while his body started to slowly return to normal. In next to no time, Yang Yi had returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu walked over towards them. The man glanced at her, and there was a wisp of gentleness in his eyes. "Are you all right?" Yi Miaozhu nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. It was all thanks to him. She flicked over a jade scroll while she spoke, the Void Flash Sword technique. It's at the mid-grade of the Emperor rank. Once cultivated to its limits, you'll be able to travel 250,000 kilometers in an instant. If your profound energy is sufficient, then even emperors wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Of course, it contains endless secrets. You can study it yourself in the future. The man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene, but he didn't speak a word. 250,000 kilometers. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. What did that represent? It represented that so long as he possessed sufficient profound energy, quasi-emperors wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. Yang Yi didn't refuse it and took it immediately. "Thank you. It's I who should be thanking you." Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly, and then she gazed at the man. "Is my life only worth a single emperor rank technique?" The man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he flicked a black talisman to Yang Yi. "Activate it if you encounter trouble. It'll definitely be there within 15 minutes, and I won't refuse if it's within the scope of my ability." Yang Yi glanced at the black talisman in his grasp and didn't refuse it. Meanwhile, Yi Miaozhu spoke. If you're free, then you're welcome to come visit Apex City. Yang Yi replied, of course. Yi Miaozhu nodded lightly, and then both of them vanished on the spot. Once Yi Miaozhu and the man left, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before his expression suddenly changed. Thousand Crane Dimension. Chapter 11:05. Yang Yi had quite an unsightly expression on his face because he had to get to Thousand Crane Dimension by tonight. But the problem was that he didn't have a cloud shuttle anymore. Moreover, that wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that he didn't know where Thousand Crane Dimension was. Had never known the way, and coupled with the grand battle with the old man just now, he didn't know where he was anymore. Even if he did, he wouldn't know how to get to Thousand Crane Dimension. After all, just traveling slightly off course might make him miss Thousand Crane Dimension. So, he had to ask someone. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He had to find someone, so he glanced towards the area below him. The area below him was covered in mountain ranges and plains, but not to mention humans, there weren't even any demon beasts. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he activated the dark sword wings and transformed into a ray of light that shot swiftly through the sky. Yang Yi's eyes were closed slightly in midair, while he ceaselessly recalled the scenes from before. Obviously, that man from before was the 10th on the martial rankings, Yi Longxie. Was Yi Longxie strong? He was extremely strong. After all, he hadn't even arrived, but his sword energy had pushed a quasi-emperor back. Once he arrived, the quasi-emperor immediately retreated. So, wasn't it obvious how strong he was? Especially his sword technique. It had reached the acme of perfection and was extremely shocking. Yang Yi knew that Yi Langxi's attainments in the sword Dao weren't inferior to his own, and might even far surpass his own. Was it embarrassing? No, he didn't think it was embarrassing at all. Had never considered himself to be the #1 expert in the sword Dao throughout the world. Conversely, it was just as Lady had said, had only just started on the path of the sword Dao. He had practically no one to teach him on the path of the sword Dao, and had discovered everything on his own. Besides that, he was aware that his sword Dao was unlike most people, so others were probably unable to teach him even if they wanted to. Actually, he knew very little about the sword Dao. All he knew was that he would rather die than submit, and had always continued on the path of the sword Dao while conforming to that. According to his own inference, his attainments in the sword Dao weren't bad, and perhaps the reason was because had always been ready to die rather than submit. It represented that there wasn't a flaw in his mental state. If a person was restrained by the laws of the world, then that person would be constantly hesitant when doing everything. Just like when someone was being bullied, that person's strength was clearly superior to the other person, but that person wouldn't dare to act out of consideration for the other person's background or something else. In that way, one would exercise forbearance. It was what they called small sacrifices for the greater good, or to put the overall situation above all else. Was that wrong? Actually, it wasn't. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it wasn't wrong, because it was realistic. Sometimes, refusing to exercise forbearance and make small sacrifices would cause a huge amount of trouble instead. However, there were many occasions in this world where the other party wouldn't just let you go because you exercised forbearance. Sometimes, one's forbearance would be treated as weakness. So, there were many occasions where forbearance would be repaid with even worse humiliation and bullying. Many people were like that. Give them an inch and they would take a yard. Of course, every single person had a different way of deciding on how to deal with a situation, or if there was a need to exercise forbearance. It was impossible to say which path was right or wrong. In any case, Yang Yi usually wouldn't exercise forbearance, but he was very well aware that in order to do as he pleased and draw his sword at all, it required formidable strength or support. Relying on others wasn't truly reliable in the end, so relying on oneself was the true path to success. Strength. No matter what it was, only powerful strength could accomplish most things. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked down. He saw a group of people flying forward below him. There were 6 people in the ground, 1 woman and 5 men, and the weakest amongst them was at the Exalt realm, while the strongest was a high-rank half-saint. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flash over and appear before them. Their expressions changed when they saw Yang Yi suddenly appear in front of them, and they hurriedly drew their weapons and revealed vigilant expressions on their faces. "May I know who you are?" The leader of the group was a young man, and he was the strongest amongst them. At this moment, he was eyeing Yang Yi with hostility. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I have no ill intent towards all of you. I just want to ask about a place." "What place?" The young man spoke in a low voice, while vigilance still filled his eyes. Yang Yi replied, "Thousand Crane Dimension." The young man was surprised, and the vigilance in his eyes faded slightly. "You're here to participate in the wedding as well?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Wedding? What wedding? Don't you know?" The young man was astounded. The Mo clan's young master Mo Yuntian will be marrying the Thousand Crane sect's Xiao Yushi tomorrow. All the powers in an area of over 100,000 kilometers in the surroundings of Thousand Crane Dimension received the Thousand Crane sect's invitation. Yang Yi asked, "Wasn't he only going to propose? It's a wedding now?" The young man replied, "Of course. If it was just a proposal, then why would the Thousand Crane sect have invited so many people?" Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He knew that had been tricked by Lin Yuan. The Mo clan wasn't coming to propose, it was going to unite them in marriage. A wisp of killing intent appeared in Yang Yi's eyes when he thought up to this point. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, "Are you?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the young man. "I'm heading there as well. Since we're going in the same direction, you wouldn't mind letting me come along, right?" Yang Yi stopped concealing his aura when he spoke up to this point. The young man glanced at Yang Yi, and he instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Yang Yi was just a high-rank half-saint, just like him. Moreover, the vigilance in his eyes faded even more. He immediately said, "Since we're all heading to Thousand Crane Dimension, then we can go together." Yang Yi nodded. "How far are we from Thousand Crane Dimension?" The young man replied, "Based on our current speed, it'll take around 4 hours. 4 hours? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Which direction is it at?" Had intended to go with them, but they were too slow, and he really lacked time right now. The young man glanced at Yang Yi, and then pointed towards the side. "Continue forward in that direction and you'll arrive at Thousand Crane Mountain Range. There's a teleportation formation deep in the mountains, and it leads to Thousand Crane Dimension." "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave. Meanwhile, 3 figures flashed over from afar, and it wasn't long before 3 men appeared in front of Yang Yi and the others. All of them were high-rank half-saints. The expressions of the others by Yang Yi's side instantly changed drastically when they saw these 3 men, and their weapons which they'd put away were drawn once more. "Tisk, TSK. I never expected to encounter all of you from Autumn Mountain faction. Gung Chio. Enemies really do always meet." The black-robed young man who led the group of 3 chuckled. The young man who led the group was Gung Chio, and he spoke gloomily, "Fan Yun, I never expected that your Green Mountain faction would have been invited by the Thousand Crane sect as well." "Of course we have." The black-robed man called Fan Yun laughed coldly. "Gung Chio, since you've encountered us brothers, then there's no need for all of you to head to Thousand Crane Dimension." The black-robed man raised his right hand and waved it. "Kill the men." "Right. Don't kill Gung Chio's younger sister, Gung Yu." "Hee. Understood." The other 2 behind Fan Yun laughed coldly and were about to attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of Fan Yun, and the latter wasn't even able to react before Yang Yi's hand clamped down on his throat. Everyone here was stunned. Fan Yun's eyes even opened wide while shock filled them. Yang Yi gazed at Fan Yun for a short while before he released Fan Yun and said, "Fuck off." He didn't know what enmity these 2 factions had, and he didn't want to know as well. The reason Head acted was only because he owed them for giving him directions, and that he couldn't stand the sight of these 3 fellows. Fan Yun glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Who are you?" Yang Yi paid no attention to Fan Yun, and he just turned around to gaze at Gung Chio's group who were still stunned on the spot. "They'll send all of you there." Gung Chio instantly recovered from his shock when he heard Yang Yi, and then he cupped his fists towards Yang Yi. "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded and was about to leave. However, Fan Yun suddenly spoke in a low voice. Are you looking down on my Green Mountain faction? Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Fan Yun. Speak another word and he'll cut off your head. Fan Yun's expression changed. He clenched his fists while his face was unsightly to the extreme, but he didn't dare to speak a word. Fan Yun's group of 3 watched as Yang Yi and the others vanished into the horizon. Not long after they left, Gung Qiu cupped his fists towards Yang Yi again. Thank you. It was nothing. I have other matters to attend to, so we'll be taking my leave now. Yang Yi instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. How swift! The woman by Gung Qiu's side exclaimed. One of the men asked, is he really a high-rank half-saint? Another one in the group said, he's definitely from a diamond-rank power. All right, let's go now. Thousand Crane Dimension. Just like White Deer Dimension, Thousand Crane Dimension had its own residence. Thousand Crane City was the largest city in the dimension, and it was situated at the foot of the mountain where the Thousand Crane sect resided. Yang Yi didn't stay in Thousand Crane City and immediately traveled to Thousand Crane sect. Of course, he didn't enter it openly, and he entered it smoothly while being concealed by the Sword Domain and Laws of Darkness. Yang Yi didn't dare to go too deep into the sect. After all, he couldn't act carelessly when facing a diamond-rank power. After hiding in the Thousand Crane sect for a long time, Yang Yi still hadn't been able to sense Xiao Yushi's presence. Right when he was about to go deeper into the sect, a familiar voice resounded from afar. Young Master Mo will be coming to greet his wife tomorrow. Give the order that even our outer court students have to be dressed well. If young Master Mo takes a liking to them and takes them with him, then they would have achieved something in their lifetime. It was Lin Yuyin's voice. One of the disciples asked, Elder Lin, I heard that young Master Mo has over 10 concubines. Is that true? Lin Yuyin replied, men with ability have many women. Isn't that very normal? Meanwhile, someone else asked, why did junior sister Yushi refuse to marry young Master Mo? That bitch doesn't know how to appreciate things. Lin Yuyin's voice was gloomy and cold. She's absolutely lucky that young Master Mo took a liking to her, yet she refused him repeatedly. Tomorrow, she has to marry him no matter what, even if she doesn't want to. All right, all of you go prepare for tomorrow. Yes. It didn't take long for Lin Yuyin to return to her room. Right when she closed her door, her shadow suddenly wriggled. Lin Yuyin noticed it. Her expression instantly changed, and she was about to turn around. However, a sword was pressed against her throat. Elder Lin, we meet again. That isn't the main point. The main point is I'd like to ask you if you remember what I said that day? Yang Ye's voice resounded by Lin Yuyin's ears. Lin Yuyin's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale when she heard his voice, and then her figure slumped down weakly onto Yang Ye's body. Chapter 1106. Lin Yuyin was naturally afraid of him. She had personally witnessed everything Yang Yi had done in White Deer Academy. He was an absolute madman, and he was a madman who dared to do anything. Especially when he recalled what Yang Yi had said that she would do to her. It made her figure feel even weaker. She didn't think that Yang Yi was joking, or wouldn't do it. Yang Yi wasn't interested in wasting time with her, so he immediately asked, where's Yushi? Lin Yuyin said, She's in the inner court. Hiss. Suddenly, a sword of light stabbed into Lin Yuyin's thigh, and her eyes opened wide. She was about to let out a shrill cry, but Yang Yi covered her mouth. Yang Yi twisted his wrist. The sword of light started spinning in her thigh. Lin Yuyin's face instantly turned ghastly pale. But Yang Yi didn't stop and continued twisting the sword in her thigh. Blood sprayed out like a torrent. Lin Yuyin's eyes were opened wide and had almost popped out from their sockets. It didn't take long for her body to start trembling violently. However, it didn't make a difference because Yang Yi was suppressing her with the sword domain and void rank sword intent. Coupled with his physical strength that was pressing down upon her, she wasn't able to resist at all. A while passed before Yang Yi stopped and said, have you thought it through now? Lin Yuyin nodded with force. Yang Yi moved his hand away from her mouth, and she spoke in a trembling voice. She's being kept in Thousand Darkness prison. Yang Ye's voice became icy cold. She's being imprisoned? Lin Yuyin's delicate figure trembled slightly when she noticed the change in Yang Yes' emotions, and she said, She? She seemed to have recalled a little of the past, and then she intended to leave. However, her master, Ding Lin, noticed her, and then she was imprisoned. Ding Lin. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before he said, Why does Amo Yuntian intend to marry Yushi? He's a playboy, and he usually wants to obtain any women he takes interest in. Lin Yin's voice was trembling. He seems to have only a few dozen concubines on the surface, but his estate is actually filled with at least a few thousand women of all types. As for Yushi, it seems to be because Yushi acted very coldly to him and even attacked him when they met. That aroused his interest instead, and then he made a bet with his friends that he would definitely get her. Yang Yi said, in other words, it isn't the Mo clan's intention to make him marry Yushi, and it's his own? Lin Yuan nodded lightly. Your Thousand Crane sect is truly laughable. Yang Yi ridiculed. You're a diamond rank sect at any rate, yet you sell off your own disciples to curry favor with a young master? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Lin Yuan spoke softly. Diamond rank powers without divine grade spirit veins aren't true diamond rank powers at all. Yang Yi asked, did he agree to give the Thousand Crane sect a spirit vein? Lin Yuan nodded. He has left the law faction, so he promised my Thousand Crane sect that if Xiao Yushi is married to him, then that divine grade spirit vein will belong to my Thousand Crane sect instead. My Thousand Crane sect isn't able to refuse such a condition, so not to mention just Xiao Yushi, my Thousand Crane sect would even agree to give him the sect master's daughter. So you're making my wife become another's concubine, and then obtain a divine grade spirit vein in return? The Thousand Crane sect? Ha ha ha. Even though he was laughing, he had a ferocious expression on his face, and his laughter was ferocious. Lin Yuan said, It's best if you head there as soon as possible. Because she recalled something, so her master, Ding Lin, seems to intend to extract her past memories. Moreover, if it's necessary, her cultivation will even be crippled. In any case, as far as Mo Yuntian is concerned, all women are just there to be played with. Yang Yi asked, Where's Thousand Darkness Prison? I can tell you, but you can't kill me. Lin Yuan started to state her conditions. She was no fool, and she knew that Yang Yi would definitely kill her once she was useless to him. Yang Yi replied, all right. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard Yang Yi's agreement. She knew that people like Yang Yi were extremely proud, and they wouldn't go back on their word. So, she immediately said, It's at the back of the sect, and it has 5 levels. It's used just to imprison the traitors of my Thousand Crane sect and some other special captives. Xiao Yushi's misdeeds weren't severe, so she's probably on the 1st level. Hiss. Lin Yuan had just finished speaking when a strand of blood sprayed from her throat. Lin Yuyin's eyes opened wide. You promised. I keep my word to people who keep their word, but why would I keep my word to someone who doesn't? Don't forget that you once lied to me. Now, we're even. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi let go of her, and then he patted his own chest. In an instant, Snowy's head emerges from there. As soon as Snowy emerged, the spirit energy within Lin Yuan had just started to surge out. Snowy's eyes lit up when she saw that, and then she quickly opened her mouth and sucked all the spirit energy into her mouth, because they were within the sword domain. So while quite a bit had happened in the room, the area outside the room was extremely calm. Even if someone passed by Lin Yuyin's room, they wouldn't be able to sense anything out of the ordinary. It didn't take long for Snowy to absorb all the energy that seeped out from Lin Yuan. Once she was done, Snowy opened her mouth and spat out violet crystals in succession. Yang Yi quickly took them. After around 15 minutes passed, Snowy finally stopped, and Yang Yi had almost 100 violet crystals in his arms. 100. Yang Yi was visibly moved because killing a saint gained him 100 violet crystals, so 10 would equal 1,000. Yang Yi seemed to have found a path to riches. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly opened her mouth and yawned. She flew over to Yang Yi, wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against his head. After that, she transformed into a white ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Is that little fellow able to advance like Zir? Yang Yi noticed that the aura Snowy emanated changed every time she absorbed spirit energy. Especially this time, he felt like some sort of change had occurred in Snowy after she absorbed so much spirit energy. But he couldn't determine exactly what had changed. Snowy was a unique being of the world, and she was protected by the world. But he was being punished and penalized by the world. Needless to say, it was very strange for them to be together. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the mountain behind Thousand Cranes sect, and he immediately saw a pitch-black palace there. The palace was linked to a huge mountain, and symbols covered the area around the palace and the mountain. Yang Yi knew that it was a formation. At this moment, the entrance to the palace was closed tightly. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly and didn't force his way in. Had sensed two formidable auras in Thousand Cranes sect, and one of them wasn't any inferior to Xiao Bieli. He knew it was a quasi-emperor's, and there were more than one. He was here to save Xiao Yushi, not attack the Thousand Cranes sect, so he had to keep a low profile. Yang Yi's luck wasn't bad. It didn't even take an hour for the entrance to be opened, and then a disciple of Thousand Cranes sect walked out from within the palace. Yang Yi seized the opportunity to transform into a shadow and enter the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Yang Yi immediately merged with the shadows in a corner. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to find Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi was seated cross-legged in a translucent barrier of light that was not too far away from him, and she had a rather haggard appearance. Yang Yi was delighted. He flashed over to the barrier of light. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi opened her eyes, and she was slightly stunned when she saw him. She said, "Huss." She suddenly stopped at this point. Yang Yi was overjoyed instead. "Yushi, do you remember me now?" She glanced at him, and then there was a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes, just a little. Yang Yi was still overjoyed. "What have you recalled?" She gazed at him for a short while and said, "Mutual cultivation?" Yang Yi's face froze. He naturally remembered that. Had utilized a mutual cultivation technique to save her all those years ago. He hadn't expected her to actually remember that. However, it was nothing to feel embarrassed about. In any case, they were husband and wife, so wasn't it very normal? Yang Yi's expression returned to normal, and he said, "Yushi, what else have you recalled?" She shook her head slightly. Yang Yi said, "It's fine. Don't worry, they'll find a way to restore your memories. Come, they'll get you out of here now." As he spoke, he was about to destroy the barrier of light that imprisoned her. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he withdrew his hand and vanished on the spot. At the exact moment that Yang Yi vanished, the entrance of the palace parted, and then a beautiful woman walked in. Xiao Yushi frowned slightly. "Master?" It was her master, Ding Lin. The beautiful woman walked over to the barrier of light and said, "Yushi, have you made your decision?" Xiao Yushi replied, "I have a husband." Even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories, she still remembered a little about what had occurred between her and Yang Yi. Ding Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yushi, it's related to the future of my Thousand Cranes sect. We have no choice, and you have no choice." Xiao Yushi remained silent. "Looks like you insist on being thick-headed." Ding Lin waved her hand, and the barrier of light instantly vanished. She walked over to Xiao Yushi and said, "Since it's like that, then it'll make you forget everything completely." Suddenly, Ding Lin's expression changed drastically. She suddenly turned around, and two strands of mysterious energy suddenly pressed down upon her at the exact moment that Shed turned around. It caused Ding Lin's figure to stiffen for a moment, and it was exactly that moment which allowed a sword of light to press against her throat. Ding Lin was shocked. Who are you?" Yang Yi said, "I don't want to waste my breath. Undo the seal on Yushi's memories right now." "Do you know?" Ding Lin was about to speak when a sword suddenly stabbed into her left shoulder. Her eyes opened wide, and she was about to scream for help, but Yang Yi covered her mouth with his left hand. Ding Lin was a high-rank saint, but unless she was an especially monstrous genius, ordinary high-rank saints were nothing to Yang Yi. After all, his current physical strength far surpassed a demon beast at the high rank of the saint realm. He hadn't consumed almost 100 adamantium fruits for nothing. After he stabbed her shoulder, Yang Yi didn't stop. He held tightly onto her mouth as the light sword on his right shoulder swiftly stabbed Ding Lin's body. His methods were very unique. Every single stab would cause the light sword to cut against her bones, and once the bone was completely sliced into bits, he would start on a completely new area. In less than 5 breaths of time, Ding Lin had been stabbed a few dozen times, and every single one of them had sliced off a little of her bones. Such pain caused Ding Lin's face to warp severely, and she hurriedly spoke in a hoarse voice, "Ill undo? You will?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "No, we'll speak about that in a while. For now, let me get even with you for threatening my wife." As he spoke, the light sword stabbed down into Ding Lin's body again. Blood sprayed all over her, and Ding Lin was completely covered in blood. Chapter 11:07. Surprisingly, Xiao Yushi didn't stop him when she witnessed this scene. She didn't remember much, but it was enough. She could sense that Yang Yi was angry, extremely angry. As for the reason, it was her. At this moment, a strand of unusual emotions arose from the depths of her heart. Ding Lin's body was twitching incessantly while her face was warped to the limit, and her eyes were filled with terror. Because Yang Yi had stabbed her no less than 100 times now. Every single stab sliced off a bit of her bones. Such sharp pain was undoubtedly like hellish torture to someone who hadn't purposely cultivated the body like her. She wanted to scream and howl, but she was helpless. Yang Yi's sword domain and sword intent were suppressing her completely, and she couldn't move a muscle. Yang Yi's sword was stabbing her incessantly, and it didn't take long for her to be soaked in blood. Yang Yi was naturally furious at her, because if he was just a moment later, then Xiao Yushi's memories might have been completely erased by her. It was even to the extent that she might cripple Xiao Yushi's cultivation just to curry favor with that fellow. Oh, Yunan. Besides that, when he thought about how Shed once controlled Xiao Yushi by sealing Xiao Yushi's memories, he couldn't restrain his desire to kill her. Yang Yi finally stopped after 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, Ding Lin was on the verge of death, and her eyes were filled with terror. Her current expression was no different than the one Lin Yuan had revealed earlier. Yang Yi said, "Now, you can undo the seal on Yushi's memories. Right? You wouldn't play any tricks, right?" Ding Lin shook her head hastily. Yang Yi released her hands, but his sword was still pressed against her throat. "You can start now." Ding Lin's hands trembled as she stretched them forward and placed them on Xiao Yushi's head. In next to no time, 2 strands of mysterious energy surged out from her palms and entered Xiao Yushi's mind. Xiao Yushi instantly frowned, and pain was visible on her face. Yang Yi's expression changed. Meanwhile, Ding Lin hurriedly spoke. It's a normal reaction." Yang Yi's sword that was against her throat had immediately moved back when he heard her, and it allowed her to heave a huge sigh of relief. Time passed by slowly. It was torture for both Yang Yi and Ding Lin. Ding Lin was naturally afraid that a mishap would occur, and then she would lose her life here. As for Yang Yi, he was naturally worried that something would happen to Xiao Yushi. After all, he absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. After around 15 minutes passed, Ding Lin withdrew her hands. Yang Yi noticed Ding Lin heave a sigh of relief, and it allowed him to relax a little as well. A while passed, and then Ding Lin and Yang Yi watched with anxiety as Xiao Yushi opened her eyes slowly. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately revealed a smile because her gaze wasn't unfamiliar to him anymore. "You're finally here." Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke with a calm voice, but tears were seeping out of her eyes. When she was separated from Yang Yi that day, it was when Profounder Continent was on the verge of destruction. So, she'd been constantly worried about Yang Yi once she left and before her memories had been sealed. Now, when she saw that Yang Yi was alive, what she felt was simply indescribable with words. Yang Yi grinned. "You finally truly remembered me." Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "I never forgot you. Let's go." Yang Yi was about to end Ding Lin's life as he spoke, but Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "You can't kill her." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Xiao Yushi replied, As a saint, she has a soul tablet in the sect. If she dies, her soul tablet will definitely shatter. At that time, we'll be exposed. A soul tablet. Yang Ye's expression changed. Shit, we've probably been exposed already. Xiao Yushi asked, why? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I killed Lin Yuan. If I'm not wrong, then the Thousand Cranes sect might be looking for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's expression changed once more because he sensed a few strands of divine sense sweeping towards them. Yang Yi continued to use the sword domain to conceal their auras, and it didn't take long for those divine senses to leave them. Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of them suddenly came back, and then stopped at their position. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He knew that they'd been found. Bang! A huge explosion resounded from outside the palace. Xiao Yushi spoke solemnly. The formation has been activated. Are you going to come out yourself, or should I bring you out myself? A dignified female voice resounded from outside. A quasi-emperor. Yang Yi dispersed the sword domain, and then he waved his right hand. 10 Saint Realm sword servants appeared around Xiao Yushi. These Saint Realm sword servants were those 10 saints from the Law faction who'd fought him and in Nanjing that day. He hadn't destroyed their bodies after killing them that day, and had preserved their corpses. Even though they were only saints, even ordinary high-rank saints were no match for their joint forces. Of course, it was definitely useless before the Thousand Crane sect, because there were at least 2 quasi-emperors out there. However, it was better than nothing. After all, besides quasi-emperors, ordinary high-rank saints wouldn't be able to overcome them with ease. Yang Yi ordered one of the sword servants to restrain Ding Lin, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi. Are you afraid? Xiao Yushi shook her head slightly. Yang Yi stretched out his hand, and she immediately took his hand. Yang Yi roared with laughter. Just like that, they walked out of the palace. Thousands of disciples from the Thousand Crane sect were gathered outside the palace. There were over 100 high-rank saints amongst them, and the weakest amongst the rest were half-saints. Xiao Yushi said, inner court disciples and the enforcement teams. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then his gaze shot towards the woman in a green dress who led the group. She was only a mid-rank saint, but her aura was even stronger than the other high-rank saints. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi's gaze had descended on her as well, and Xiao Yushi said, Huamu Jin, one of the most outstanding disciples in the current younger generation of the Thousand Crane sect. She's ranked at the tuned position amongst the younger generation of the sect. She and Mu Lufeng, who's ranked at the once position, have the best chance to ascend the martial rankings throughout Thousand Crane sect. Hua Mujin's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and she asked, You killed Elder Lin Yuan? Yang Yi replied, Would you believe me if I said that I didn't? Hua Mujin glanced at Yang Yi, and then her gaze descended onto Ding Lin. Her face instantly turned gloomy when she saw the injuries on Ding Lin's body. In the end, she gazed at Yang Yi again and said, Who are you? Why have you snuck into my Thousand Crane sect and killed an elder of my sect? Yang Yi replied, Xiao Yushi is my wife. I came to the Thousand Crane sect for her. What nonsense! Meanwhile, a voice resounded in the sky. Yushi will be marrying young Master Mo Yuntian tomorrow. How could she possibly be your wife? I am his wife. Suddenly, Xiao Yushi stepped forward and said, Both of us are from the lower dimensions, and we were married there. Sect Master, Yushi is thankful for the care that the Thousand Crane sect has provided me, but now that I've recovered my memories, I hope that the Thousand Crane sect will allow me and my husband to leave. Thank you. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings when they heard her. Many female disciples exchanged glances as they hadn't expected that Xiao Yushi was already married. After all, she was going to get married to Mo Yuntian tomorrow. If Mo Yuntian found out about it, then it would be equivalent to the Thousand Crane sect slapping Mo Yuntian and the Mo clan on the face. The voice resounded once more, Yushi, do you realize what you're saying? Xiao Yushi spoke in a low voice, of course. The voice said, Young Master Mo will be coming to take you tomorrow. It's related to the future of my Thousand Crane sect, so nothing can go wrong in this matter. Understand? Xiao Yushi's face fell when she heard this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled. He pulled Xiao Yushi behind him, and then he looked up into the sky. a diamond tank power actually has to rely on giving their disciples away to have a future. How laughable. Fine, doing that has nothing to do with me. However, your sect actually intends to give my wife to someone else, and then get that so-called future in exchange. Aren't you going a little too far? We're going too far? The voice said, since she's a disciple of my Thousand Crane sect, then my sect has the authority to make arrangements for her future. Besides that, she has the duty to sacrifice herself for the sect. As a disciple of a sect, one should always prioritize the interests of the sect. Moreover, if she's married to Imo Yuntian, then Imo Yuntian won't treat her unfairly. No matter how bad it would be better than being with a half-saint like you, right? The voice paused for a moment and continued, Yushi, the reason I've wasted my breath on you is because I want you to realize that my Thousand Crane sect doesn't have a choice, and you don't have a choice. If you agree to marry Imo Yuntian, then I can let this fellow live, and I can even allow your memories to stay intact. Otherwise, they'll kill him and erase your memories. Xiao Yushi paid no attention to the owner of the voice, and she just gazed at Yang Yi and said, They'll do as you say. Yang Yi grinned, and then he looked up into the sky. Let us leave. The voice replied, If you have the ability, you can try and leave yourself. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and the entire sky above Thousand Crane sect was instantly turned blood red. The bloody aura and evil energy within it caused the expressions of the disciples in front of Yang Yi to change drastically. All of them couldn't help but move back quickly, and some of them who had retreated a little too late were instantly corrupted by the intent to kill with the aura, causing them to become machines of slaughter. A blood-red sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi held Xiao Yushi's hand with his left hand and said, Even an emperor can dream of harming you while I'm here. Let's go. Chapter 1108. A sword of slaughter at the emperor rank. The voice in the sky carried a trace of solemnness in it. Looks like I underestimated you. However, aren't you being a little too childish if you think that you'll be able to disregard my Thousand Crane sect by relying on a sword? As soon as the voice finished speaking, Hua Mujin suddenly shot towards Yang Yi. Slash! Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then a ray of blood-red sword energy instantly shot out from the blood-red sword in his grasp. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Hua Mujin was blasted almost 3 kilometers back. There was a small blue shield in front of her chest, and it had cracked apart completely. It was a high-grade divine rank shield. Hua Mujin was slightly stunned. She stretched out her hand to touch it lightly, and the small shield instantly transformed into powder. Yang Yi paid no attention to Hua Mujin. He waved his right hand, and the sword servants in the surroundings instantly returned into the ancient sheath. After that, he wrapped his left arm around Xiao Yushi's waist and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the sky. Ding Lin, who had been restrained by Yang Yi's sword servants until now, immediately heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. She sat weakly on the ground and gazed resentfully at Yang Yi's figure. It'll make living worse than death for. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red sword energy shot down from the sky and instantly entered Ding Lin's head. Her entire body exploded into pieces and blood sprayed in all directions. How dare you? The voice in the sky rumbled like thunder, and then a palm tore through space and clawed at Yang Yi. The huge palm was extremely swift, and it instantly caught up to them and intended to claw them into powder. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's clear right eye when he sensed the approaching attack, and he turned around and drew his sword swiftly. A ray of blood-red sword energy instantly swept out and slammed against the huge palm. Bang! The huge palm shook violently before exploding apart in midair. In an instant, a terrifying storm of energy swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Yi held Xiao Yushi in his arm as his figure flashed towards the distance. Don't you dare! A furious howl resounded from the sky, and then a ray of light flashed down from above. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop because a woman had appeared not too far away from him. She seemed to be only around the age of 20. She wore a white dress, had a beautiful appearance, and she emanated a naturally dignified aura. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. Thousand Crane sect's current vice sect master, Qian Wanlan. The sect master is in closed-door cultivation, so she's in charge of the sect. Qian Wanlan glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then she gazed at Yang Yi, an emperor-rank sword and void-rank sword intent. Who are you? White Deer Academy. Yang Yi, replied Yang Yi. It wasn't something he needed to conceal, and he couldn't conceal it either. White Deer Academy. Qian Wenlin's eyes narrowed slightly. You're that Yang Yi who defeated the director of the law faction, Su Fan, and remained undefeated in an intense battle with Feng Qingyi? As the vice master of a sect, she naturally knew what had appeared in White Deer Academy. So, Yang Yi's name wasn't unfamiliar to her. Or it should be said that it wasn't unfamiliar to any power near White Deer Dimension. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Yi's ability to remain undefeated in battle with Feng Qingyi was sufficient to make diamond rank powers take him seriously. Yes, Yang Yi looked Qian Wanlan in the eyes, and the slaughter intent he emanated was still surging. I just want to take Yushi with me right now. What do you think my Thousand Crane sect is? Qian Wanlan clenched her right fist slowly. Is this your backyard? You think you can come and go as you please? Yang Yi, I don't care who you are. You snuck into my Thousand Crane sect, killed an elder of my sect, and took a disciple of my sect as prisoner. Let me tell you that even Xiao Bieli won't be able to save you. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword, and a ray of blood-red sword energy instantly arrived in front of Qian Wanlan. You're courting death. A ray of cold light flashed through her eyes, and she swiftly slammed her fist forward. A blue-colored energy fist flashed forward and instantly collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! Both shook violently, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword energy to shatter. But just a moment passed before a ray of sword energy that was enhanced by void-rank slaughter intent and sword intent arrived before the fist and slammed against it. The blue fist was instantly torn apart, and the sword energy didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Qian Wanlan. Suddenly, Qian Wanlan transformed into a ray of blue light that collided with Yang Yi's blood-red sword energy. The sword energy froze for a moment, and then it was obliterated. At the same time, the ray of blue light arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he immediately pushed Xiao Yushi away. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He sheathed Heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath before drawing it swiftly. Oem! A beam of blood-red light shot forward from within the ancient sheath. It was 110 overlapped heaven rends. The beam of blood-red light collided with the blue light, and then a deafening explosion resounded throughout the sky. A monstrous wave of energy instantly suffused the sky. The sound of sword howls and intense collisions resounded incessantly from within the wave of energy, and the entire sky was trembling violently at this moment. Everyone watched this scene with disbelief. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi could actually fight Qian Wanlan. After all, he was only a half-saint while she was a quasi-emperor. After all, there was a huge gap between their cultivations. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the ray of blue light and red light split apart. Besides that, the waves of energy in the sky had dispersed as well. Qian Wenlin's face was absolutely gloomy right now, and strands of violet aura were surging incessantly from her. Shed thought that she could deal with Yang Yi in a few moves, but after fighting him for a while, she noticed that while Yang Yi was in a disadvantaged position, he could fight her. Moreover, she had to be careful because the slightest mistake might cause her to suffer an injury from his sword energy. Two types of sharp and fierce void rank intent were entirely capable of posing a threat to her. Yang Yi held the ancient sheath tightly in his left grasp, and Heaven's gravestone was sheathed in it, while his right hand held its hilt. Strands of slaughter intent and evil energy were surging incessantly from him. At the same time, the heart of slaughter within him was thumping rapidly, and the intent to kill and do evil surged out incessantly from him like a torrent. Yang Yi's clothes were gone, and his body had over a dozen injuries on it. Every single injury was a few centimeters deep, and every one of them was bleeding. However, his blood had just left his body when it was instantly absorbed by the blood-red sword sheathed in the ancient sheath. Yang Yi was holding tightly onto the sword's hilt with his right hand, and his entire right arm was tense. Numerous veins had bulged up like tiny snakes on his right arm, and it made him seem quite ferocious. Needless to say, I really underestimated you. Qin Wanlan stared fixedly at him and said, White Deer Academy lost the Law faction and Feng Qingyi, but it gained you. Their luck really isn't bad. Unfortunately, they shouldn't have let you come to my Thousand Cranes sect. Yang Yes' eyes were closed tight, and his body had started to tremble. Let us leave. Let you leave? She laughed coldly. You must die today. Otherwise, wouldn't my Thousand Cranes sect become the laughingstock of the world? As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of blue light suddenly surged out from her, and it instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then 2 rays of blood-red sword energy shot out from his eyes and smashed against the beam of blue light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it swiftly. Oem! A sword howl resounded as a beam of blood-red sword energy flashed. 120 overlapped heaven rends. It was Yang Yes' present limit. Qian Winlan's pupils constricted slightly when she saw the sword energy, and there was a solemn expression in her eyes. She swiftly slapped her palms forward, and a blue barrier of light swept out and slammed against the sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Qian Wanlan was blasted over 5 kilometers away. Yang Yi didn't pursue her. His figure flashed over to Xiao Yushi, and he took her in his arm before shooting towards the distance. He was very swift, and it only took him an instant to be almost out of the Thousand Cranes sect. Suddenly, a ray of white light erupted from outside the sect, and then Yang Yi collided against it. The white light shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted back. It's an offensive formation. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. As soon as Xiao Yushi finished speaking, another pillar of white light appeared out of nowhere and shot towards them. Yang Yes' pupils constricted slightly as he swung the blood-red sword in his right grasp. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, but it hadn't been able to stop the pillar of white light. Yang Yes' expression changed slightly and hurriedly pulled Xiao Yushi behind him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi were pushed over 3 kilometers back, and they were within the Thousand Cranes sect again. I said that you must die today. As soon as Yang Yes' figure stopped, a voice resounded from afar. Yang Yi turned around and saw that it was Qian Wanlan. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly, and it didn't take long for the slaughter intent to surge back into his body. In next to no time, Yang Yi had returned to normal, but blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of his mouth, while his body itself was covered in injuries. Qian Wanlan laughed coldly when she saw him put Heaven's gravestone away. What? You intend to surrender? So you refuse to let me leave, huh? Yang Yi pulled Xiao Yushi behind him, and then started walking towards Qian Wanlan. At the same time, he clenched his right fist slowly, and it didn't take long for the veins throughout his right arm to bulge up as if his arm was about to explode. Meanwhile, the space around Yang Yi actually started to tremble violently while numerous arm-thick cracks swept towards the surroundings with Yang Yi at the center. In an instant, the cracks had spread to over 3 kilometers away. Qian Winlan's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi stopped and said, "Take this." Chapter 11:09. As soon as he spoke, Yang Yes' figure shot forward, and he slammed his right fist at Qian Wanlan. At this moment, the space before Yang Yes' fist was instantly torn open. However, it didn't start collapsing towards the surroundings because Head converged all his energy on his fist without allowing anything to seep out. So, the space in the surroundings wasn't affected at all. However, Qian Winlan's pupils had constricted. At this moment, she had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on her face. Under normal circumstances, she should choose to dodge this punch. But she couldn't retreat right now, because there were numerous disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect watching from the surroundings, and because she was a quasi-emperor. A dignified quasi-emperor didn't even dare to go against a half-saint's punch. If news of that were to spread, then she wouldn't be the only one to lose face. The entire Thousand Cranes sect would lose face as well. Moreover, inner demons would arise within her. So, she had to go head-on against this punch. A wisp of ferocity flashed through her eyes as she pressed her palms together. In an instant, a ray of blue light surged out from her palms. Thousand Death. Qian Wenlin's voice resounded, and then a spinning and huge blue palm flashed forward and smashed down towards Yang Yi. As soon as the blue palm had appeared in the air, a monstrous wave of pressure had rained down along with it, and it caused many comparatively weaker disciples of the Thousand Crane sect to feel suffocated. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! It was like a thunderclap had resounded as the entire sky instantly collapsed. However, it only took an instant for the laws of the heaven Tao to restore the sky. But in the next moment, the space there started to crack open again. In an instant, the sky was covered in cracks that were thick as beams. A moment of silence ensued, and then the space in the sky exploded apart and collapsed once more. In the blink of an eye, the laws of the heaven Tao repaired the space there once more. But just like before, it has only just been restored when it instantly cracked apart and collapsed once more. Just like that, space was restored, cracked apart, and collapsed for a total of 4 cycles, and then the space there finally returned to normal. Yang Yi and Qian Wenlin's figures had appeared before the spectators' fields of vision as well. They could clearly see that Yang Yi seemed as if he was made of blood. His bare body had cracked apart completely. Especially his chest, it had cracked open to the point that his bones were visible. Besides that, his face was covered in cracks as well, and it made him see extremely terrifying. As for Yang Yi's right arm, it was in an even worse state. Even though it was still attached to his body, it showed signs of exploding into pieces. His right arm didn't seem like an arm any longer. However, the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect paid no attention to Yang Yi, and they were looking at Qian Wanlan instead. Based on their outer appearances, Qian Wanlan was clearly in a much better state than Yang Yi, because she looked like she was completely fine. However, the expressions of all the disciples from the Thousand Crane sect had changed. Because Yang Yi's left hand was wrapped around her throat, Qian Wanlan, a dignified quasi-emperor, had been captured by a half-saint. The minds of every single disciple from the Thousand Crane sect had gone blank, and they stared blankly at Yang Yi and Qian Wenlin's figures in the sky. The dignified vice-sect master of the Thousand Crane sect had been captured by a half-saint. Peak control over your energy, 2 types of void rank intent, a sword of slaughter at the emperor rank, the laws of speed, and the laws of darkness. While you're a half-saint, you possess the strength of a quasi-emperor. White Deer Academy lost Feng Qingyi, but gained you, Yang Yi. The heavens really are kind to White Deer Academy. As soon as this voice resounded, a beautiful woman in palace clothes appeared in front of Yang Yi. Sect Master. All the disciples and elders of the Thousand Crane sect immediately bowed upon seeing her. The sect master of the Thousand Crane sect, Feng Qingyu. Xiao Yushi spoke softly by Yang Yi's side. She remains in closed-door cultivation all year long. While she's a quasi-emperor, she probably possesses the ability to charge into the emperor realm. Her strength is unfathomable, and we're no match for her. As she spoke, Xiao Yushi stretched out her hand with the intention of touching Yang Yi, but her hand shrunk back when she was about to touch Yang Yi's cracked body. After that, 2 streams of tears flowed slowly from her eyes. Let her go. Feng Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. While her voice was calm, it carried an indisputable and dignified tone. Are you joking? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Let me and Yushi leave, and she can live as well. Feng Qingyu replied. What if I refuse? Yang Yi squeezed down with his left hand, and then Qian Wenlin's eyes instantly opened wide. Yang Yi laughed ferociously. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill her? Do you want to try me? If you dare to kill her, then ill. Feng Qingyu intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her. See my sword? It's a sword of slaughter that had once drank the blood of an emperor. Sense my slaughter intent? It's void rank slaughter intent that I comprehended from slaughtering countless people. Don't threaten me because there's nothing in this world that I, Yang Yi, dare not do. Feng Qingyu said, I'll immediately declare war against White Deer Academy if you kill her. Feng Qingyu would have never dared to speak such words before this. Yet now, White Deer Academy had split apart, and its strength had fallen to its lowest in history. It could be said that White Deer Academy was no match for the Thousand Crane sect right now. So, that was why she dared to threaten Yang Yi with White Deer Academy. War. A fierce smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and then he issued a command in his heart. An intense sword flashed, and then Qian Wenlin's right arm flew into the air. If you want war, then you can have it. Even if my White Deer Academy loses, we'll cripple your Thousand Cranes sect. Feng Qingyu's face instantly turned gloomy when she witnessed this scene. She was about to attack, but Yang Yi continued, if you dare to move, then I'll make your Thousand Crane sect lose a quasi-emperor. If you dare to move, then I'll dare to kill. The life of a half-saint for the life of a quasi-emperor. I think it's really worth it. What do you think? Was it worth it? Of course not. Yang Yi knew that, and Feng Qingyu knew it as well. So, she still hadn't acted against him until now. A quasi-emperor was the apex of strength in a diamond rank power. If the Thousand Crane sect lost a quasi-emperor, then it would lose a huge amount of its status in the Central Divine Prefecture. Feng Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she said, let her go and both of you can leave. Do I look like a 3-year-old? Yang Yi continued, I'll naturally release her once we're safe. Don't push your luck. Feng Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with killing intent, and don't test my patience. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Yang Yi replied, don't threaten me because it's useless. You only have 2 choices right now. The one stees to let me leave, and I'll release her after that. I presume that so long as I reach White Deer Academy, then even if I wanted to kill her, White Deer Academy wouldn't allow it. The 2 choice is to attack me right now. I'll kill her, and you'll kill me. Feng Qingyu said, I'll repeat myself once last time. Let her go and leave. Don't test my patience. Bang! A pillar of blood suddenly shot out from Yang Yi, and it shot into the sky. In an instant, the sky was turned blood red, and Yang Ye's body instantly turned blood red as well. At the same time, his eyes gradually turned blood red as well. Yang Yi gazed at Feng Qingyu with a ferocious expression on his face. Don't test my patience as well. Once I lose my patience, then we won't have to discuss anything. As he spoke, he pressed Heaven's gravestone against the center of Qian Wenlin's forehead. Yang Ye's ferocious voice resounded. They'll just ask you one question. Are you going to let us leave or not? If you refuse, then I'll kill her right now, and then we can fight with our lives on the line. Feng Qingyu's face was gloomy to the extreme. After all, it was the one time in her life that she'd been threatened by a half-saint like this. I'll count to 3. I'll kill her if you still refuse to let us go. I keep my word. Yang Yi looked Feng Qingyu in the eyes and counted, 1. Feng Qingyu looked him in the eye as well, and she remained silent. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, 2. She still didn't speak. 3. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, his blood-red sword instantly started to spin. Suddenly, Feng Qingyu spoke, both of you can leave. As soon as she spoke, Yang Ye's sword stopped moving. At this moment, it had stabbed half an inch into her skull, and even an emperor wouldn't be able to save her if it went just a little deeper. Don't try me again. Besides people on my own side, there isn't a single person I dare not kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Qian Wanlan and Xiao Yushi as he shot towards the distance. We need to use the teleportation formation in Thousand Crane City to get to Sky Capital City, but we'll need Thousand Crane City's permission. Every power has their own teleportation formations, but they are usually one-way teleportation formations. If others want to teleport directly to Thousand Crane City from the outside world, then it requires the Thousand Crane Sect's approval. Now, we need the Thousand Crane Sect's approval to teleport out of Thousand Crane Dimension as well. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. Would they dare to refuse? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and he traveled to the teleportation formation under Xiao Yushi's guidance. Yang Yi said, Yushi, you leave first. Xiao Yushi replied, well, go together. Yang Yi shook his head. You'll only be able to leave while I'm here. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. After all, the Thousand Crane Sect was definitely able to play tricks while they used the Thousand Crane Sect's teleportation formation in the city, because the strength of a quasi-emperor was unlike the strength of a saint. Such experts could tear through space and capture others with absolute ease. Xiao Yushi gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she said, don't make me be alone again. Yang Yi's heart hurt. He took a deep breath and smiled. Don't worry. Even such a situation on profounder continent couldn't kill me, let alone a quasi-emperor. Just go first, they'll be right behind you. Xiao Yushi nodded slightly, and then she stopped hesitating and flashed onto the teleportation formation. In next to no time, a ray of blue light enveloped her. However, the blue light suddenly vanished at this moment. After that, a furious voice resounded. You dare to steal a woman who belongs to me, Emo Yuntian? Who the fuck gave you the gall to do that? Chapter 11:10. Yang Yi turned around and saw a black shadow approaching from afar, and it didn't take long for a man in an ink-black robe to arrive here. There was a tiny embroidered character on his chest. Xiao Yushi walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. Mo Yunian. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 10 Saint Realm sword servants appeared here. They surrounded Xiao Yushi and Qian Wenlin's heavily injured figure. Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, Keep her under your control. Kill her if it's necessary. Xiao Yushi nodded lightly, and then she withdrew a saber and pressed it against Qian Wenlin's throat. The blade sunk a little into Qian Wenlin's flesh, causing blood to instantly seep out. At this moment, no one doubted if Xiao Yushi would kill Qian Wenlin. Yang Yi glanced at his body. At this moment, it was almost 70% healed under the effects of his violet profound energy. In other words, had recovered quite a bit of his combat strength. Mo Yuntian sized up Yang Yi and said, It's the one time. The one time that someone has dared to try and take a woman who belongs to me, Mo Yuntian. Needless to say, you're really brave. But I wonder. Mo Yunshin's voice stopped abruptly at this point, because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sword was swung down towards him. Mo Yuntian hadn't expected Yang Yi to suddenly attack him, and a fierce expression instantly appeared on his face. He flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp before flicking it at Yang Yi's sword. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of metal colliding swept through the surroundings, and then Mo Yuntian was blasted backwards by the powerful strength within Yang Yi's attack. Moreover, Yang Yi instantly pushed forward and arrived before Mo Yuntian, and then he stabbed his sword forward. Mo Yunshin's expression changed. A person's skill was obvious when he attacked. Mo Yuntian didn't dare act carelessly at all, and his profound energy surged into his sword before he swiftly stabbed it forward as well. Clang! The sound of Mo Yunshin's sword shattering resounded, and it made Mo Yunshin's expression change drastically. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword stabbed against his chest. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Mo Yuntian was pushed almost 3 kilometers back, and a golden chainmail armor could be seen beneath his clothes. Mo Yuntian hadn't even recovered from his shock when Yang Yi appeared in front of him again. After that, a ray of cold light flashed as a sword swept towards his throat. Mo Yunshin's pupils constricted because he had no chainmail on his throat. So how could he dare to let Yang Yi's sword strike him? His body immediately bent backwards like his back had been broken, and he avoided Yang Yi's lethal strike. However, it seemed like Yang Yi knew he would react in that way. As soon as his attack missed, Head swiftly kicked Mo Yunshin's heel. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then Mo Yuntian was blasted flying. But it only took a moment for Yang Yi to instantly appear in front of Mo Yuntian, and then he held his sword in both hands as he stabbed it forward again. This attack was extremely quick, and Yang Yi's body had transformed into a speck of light. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer back. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu had suddenly appeared before Mo Yuntian. Yang Yi waved his intense sword about, and cuts instantly appeared for a moment in the space around him. Feng Qingyu was about to speak when Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi, cut off her other arm. Xiao Yu 11 didn't hesitate to raise her saber, and then Qian Wenlin's other arm was instantly severed from her body, causing blood to spray out like a fountain. However, Qian Wenlin's expression remained unchanged. Feng Qingyu's face instantly became gloomy when she witnessed this scene. They'll kill you even if Xiao Bieli comes. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Activate the teleportation formation and let Yushi leave. Don't you dare. Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian suddenly stepped forward from behind Feng Qingyu. He withdrew a talisman and crushed it before he gazed at Yang Yi, and he spoke ferociously. No matter who you are, you, just shut up. Yang Yi interrupted Emo Yuntian and said, if I were you, I would either die in battle or just shut my mouth after I lost. Men should either fight or keep their mouths shut. Don't be a bitch and start nagging. Besides that, don't try to use your background after you've lost. That only makes you seem even more useless. If you have the ability, let's fight right now. Do you dare? Mo Yunshin's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu spoke abruptly. Yang Yi, you're really quite capable and brave. However, do you realize what you're doing? Not to mention the current White Deer Academy. Even the White Deer Academy before it split apart wouldn't be able to save you if you offend my Thousand Crane sect and the Mo clan. It isn't just you who'll suffer. All the thousands upon thousands of students in White Deer Academy will be dragged down with you. Understand? Yang Yi chuckled. I understand all of that well. However, what do you think I should do? Your Thousand Crane sect intends to fully seal my wife's memories and give her to someone else, and then gain benefits for your Thousand Crane sect in return? What do you want me to do? Consider the overall situation, disregard her, and fulfill your Thousand Crane sect's wishes? Yang Yi revealed a ferocious expression at this point. I don't know what'll happen in the future, and I don't care. All I know is that it'll kill anyone who dares to touch her. Xiao Yushi stared at Yang Yi, and her hand was trembling as she held tightly onto her saber. Is that so? My Mo clan would like to try. Suddenly, a gray-robed old man appeared out of thin air. He was a quasi-emperor. Feng Qingyu glanced at the old man and said, Emoji. The old man called Emoji nodded slightly to Feng Qingyu, and then he gazed at Emo Yuntian. The latter hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the old man. He was about to speak when Emoji suddenly slapped Emo Yuntian, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from the latter while his figure was slapped flying. But just a moment passed before Emo Yuntian suddenly flew back and arrived before Emoji again. Emo Yuntian was stunned. Second uncle? Emoji glanced coldly at Emo Yuntian and said, Do you know what it's like to be shameful? Do you know what it's like to be useless? Do you know what it's like to be embarrassing? You're shameful, useless, and embarrassing. You're the one disciple of my Mo clan who has utilized a transmission talisman to seek help, and your opponent is just a half-saint. If news of this spreads, then wouldn't the other 3 clans laugh at my Mo clan? Besides that, if it was your cousin brother who was in your place, then he wouldn't seek help. He would fight his opponent to the death. He wouldn't seek help even if he died in battle. The members of the Mo clan can lose and die, but they can't lose face. Mo Yunshin's figure was trembling slightly, and he hurriedly knelt down in midair. I realize my mistakes. Emoji grunted coldly, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyu, Sect Master Feng. Both of them must die. Especially that woman. If she doesn't die, then news of your Thousand Crane sect forcing the wife of another to marry someone else, and news of my Mo clan trying to forcefully seize the wife of another would definitely spread. My Mo clan would be completely embarrassed, and your Thousand Crane sect's reputation would probably suffer a huge decline. Feng Qingyu's face fell. How could she not understand what he meant? He wanted her to abandon Qian Wanlan. That was a quasi-emperor. Qian Wanlan was a quasi-emperor. How could she be willing to abandon a quasi-emperor? Moreover, Shed brought up Qian Wanlan, and Shed fostered Qian Wanlan as the future sect master who would take over once she left. She wasn't willing to abandon Qian Wanlan just like that. As if he knew what she was thinking, Emoji added, Sect Master Feng, it is quite difficult for you to give up on Vice Sect Master Qian. But have you thought about what your Thousand Crane sect would face if he's allowed to take Vice Sect Master Qian with him? A dignified diamond rank power actually allowed a half-saint to sneak in and kill, and then even their Vice Sect Master was captured. Your Thousand Crane sect would become the laughingstock of the Central Divine Prefecture. Feng Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she slowly clenched her fists. Just as Emoji had said, if Yang Yi was really allowed to take Qian Wanlan with him, then the Thousand Crane sect's reputation would definitely be destroyed. After all, a dignified diamond rank power had been attacked by a half-saint, and their vice sect master, a quasi-emperor, was even captured. Killing intent gradually appeared in Feng Qingyu's eyes as she thought about how others would think about her sect. Emoji spoke immediately when he noticed the change in her expression. Sect Master Feng, this was caused by a member of my Emo clan. So how about we do this? Once we kill those two, that spirit vein Yuntian gets from being on the martial rankings will be given to your Thousand Crane sect as compensation, alright? The reason he was so impatient to kill Yang Yi was just as had explained. It was naturally for the Emo clan's reputation and honor. Honor and reputation were everything for these huge clans. But he knew that he had to gain Feng Qingyu's agreement if he intended to kill someone in Thousand Crane Dimension. If she didn't agree, then it would be impossible to change anything even if his Emo clan sent 2 more quasi-emperors here. Every single diamond rank power had its own grand formation to guard the sect, and once it was activated, then not to mention quasi-emperors, even emperors might perish beneath its might. As for the spirit vein, the Emo clan had more than enough. The corners of Feng Qingyu's eyes twitched slightly when she heard Emoji, and she said, "Is what you just said true?" Emoji replied, "Of course." Feng Qingyu's eyes closed, and an instant passed before she opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. "Let her go and I'll allow both of you to take your own lives. Otherwise, if we are to act ourselves, then both of you'll be obliterated." Yang Yi paid no attention to Feng Qingyu. He walked over to Xiao Yushi, and he gazed at Xiao Yushi and smiled. "Are you afraid?" She shook her head slightly. Yang Yi touched her face lightly and said, "I'm not afraid as well." As he spoke, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then a ray of light shot forward before Qian Wenlin's head flew up into the air. After that, Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Feng Qingyu and Emoji, and he spoke ferociously, "Quasi-emperors? What's so great about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, his void rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from within him, and then they suddenly started to condense. An instant later, crack. The space in a huge area instantly cracked apart. Chapter 11:11. Emoji and Feng Qingyu's expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. They sensed danger. Extreme danger. Tempestuous waves were surging through their hearts. They'd never imagined that a half-saint would actually give them such a feeling. They exchanged glances, and then they nodded slightly and intended to attack. "Stop!" Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from afar, and then the sky shook before Xiao Bieli arrived here with a beautiful green-robed woman. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he saw them, and then he issued a command in his heart. The void rank sword intent and slaughter intent around him instantly dispersed and surged back into his body. Utilizing the brink laws, and especially with 2 types of intents, would be practically like taking himself down with his enemies. Because even he hadn't put 2 types of intents to the brink at once. Once he succeeded, then even if he could kill or heavily injure his enemies, he would definitely suffer backlash. Moreover, the backlash he suffered would be extremely severe, and it would be much more severe than utilizing the brink laws with his physical strength. Of course, if Xiao Bieli hadn't arrived here, then not to mention bringing 2 types of intents to the brink, he was even prepared to release the Qiongqi. Since he was going to die anyway, would he have to care about anything else? No, he had no need to. He would only try to bring his enemies down with him. It was a game of ruthlessness, and he was ruthless to the end. Emoji and Feng Qingyu immediately stopped when they saw Xiao Bieli and the beautiful green-robed woman. "Dean Xiao, your student snuck into my Thousand Crane sect and killed 2 elders and a vice-sect master of my Thousand Crane sect. He really is amazing." Feng Qingyu stared fixedly at Xiao Bieli and said, "Since you're here now, then give me an explanation. I trust that based on Dean Xiao's character, you will definitely not be partial towards your own student, right? 2 elders and a vice-sect master." The corners of Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman's eyes twitched when they heard Feng Qingyu, and there was shock within their eyes. The beautiful woman's gaze instantly descended upon Yang Yi, and there was a huge amount of interest in them. Xiao Bieli glanced at Feng Qingyu, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "You agreed to wait for me?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. There was a change in the plan. They intended to completely erase Yushi's memories. "I had no choice but to come and take her away." Xiao Bieli asked, "Then why did you kill them?" Yang Yi replied, "It couldn't be helped. They refused to let me leave, so I could only kill my way out." Feng Qingyu's expression instantly became extremely gloomy when she heard Yang Yi. The corners of Xiao Bila's mouth twitched. "They refused to let you leave, so you wanted to kill your way out? This is the Thousand Crane sect." At this moment, Xiao Bieli truly had a headache. He finally understood that while Yang Yi's natural talent was extraordinary, Yang Yi wasn't someone who was easy to deal with, because Yang Yi was an absolute troublemaker. In his opinion, Yang Yi shouldn't be in White Deer Academy and should be in the evil faction or Nether Pavilion instead, because the members of those two powers were fearless and unrestrained madmen. What should we do now? Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi. He really didn't know what to do. Would the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan let the matter rest? Absolutely not. Enter into war with the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect? That was even more unlikely because it would cost the lives of many. After all, White Deer Dimension wasn't home to just White Deer Academy. There were many locals, billions of them. Since it's impossible to make peace with them, but battle is out of the question as well, then is the only way to hand Yang Yi over to them? That is a way to resolve the situation. Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyu. "I have no intention to become enemies with the Thousand Crane sect, nor do I have any intention to become enemies with the Mo clan. However, all of you've constantly gone against me. My wife come from a lower dimension and was taken in by your Thousand Crane sect. If you treated her well, then I would be very thankful and repay you. But you didn't. You sealed her memories and intended to give her to another in exchange for benefits for your sect." Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Bieli when he spoke up to this point. "All I want to say is that it wasn't I, Yang Yi, who was causing trouble on purpose. It was the Thousand Crane sect that intended to bully me and Yushi. Of course, I understand the difficulties that Dean Xiao faces, and you can leave if you intend to consider the overall situation of things and abandon us. Don't worry, I won't blame you. After all, White Deer Academy doesn't owe me anything. It isn't necessary for you to go against the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect for my sake." The beautiful green-robed woman by Xiao Bila's side smiled. "Little fellow, you'll die if we leave. Understand?" Yang Yi replied, "Senior, do I look like someone who's afraid of death?" She sized him up for a moment, and then shook her head slightly. "You don't?" Yang Yi shrugged, and then he walked over to Xiao Yushi's side. "No one will be able to hurt you again while I'm here. If someone is able to hurt you, then it's because I'm dead." Xiao Yushi walked over to Yang Yi and embraced him while she spoke softly. "That won't happen, because he'll die if you die." Xiao Bieli. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu said, "Your White Deer Academy and my Thousand Crane sect has always been on friendly terms. But a student of yours killed disciples of my sect and took a disciple of my sect by force. So, aren't you going to give my Thousand Crane sect an explanation? Or perhaps you think that my Thousand Crane sect can be bullied." Meanwhile, Emoji spoke abruptly. "He insulted my Mo clan and must die." The beautiful woman in green robed suddenly asked, "How did he insult your Mo clan?" Emoji laughed coldly. "Xiao Yushi is going to be married into my Mo clan tomorrow and become my nephew's concubine. Yet now, Yang Yi has taken her by force. If word of this were to spread, then wouldn't others say that my Mo clan wasn't even able to protect a woman?" Suddenly, Xiao Bieli said, "What if my White Deer Academy insists on protecting him?" Feng Qingyu and Emoji's eyes instantly narrowed when they heard Xiao Bieli. Feng Qingyu stared fixedly at Xiao Bieli and said, "Dean Xiao, is it really worth it to go against my Thousand Crane sect and the Mo clan for a single student? Xiao Bieli, you better think this through." Meanwhile, Emoji spoke as well. "Your White Deer Academy needs to rest and recuperate right now. If you make formidable enemies, then I'm afraid that White Deer Academy will fall into a decline. Perhaps the slightest mistake might cause White Deer Academy to vanish from the Central Divine Prefecture." Xiao Bieli was about to speak when the beautiful woman by his side spoke first. "I think I've figured out what happened. These two kids were from the lower dimensions, and they were separated due to certain reasons. Your Thousand Crane sect took her, but you intended to use her to gain benefits for your sect instead. So, you didn't hesitate to have her memories sealed. But once this kid found out, he came straight to your Thousand Crane sect to rescue her. However, you refused to let her go. so he started killing. Right? I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It was your Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan that were bullying them. Unfortunately, you underestimated this kid's strength, so you failed to kill him but had your own experts killed instead. The beautiful woman gazed at Xiao Bieli at this point and said, "While this kid is ruthless and doesn't care about the consequences, he's a loyal man. He's worthy of you sparing nothing to protect him." She smiled when she spoke up to this point, and she continued, "White Deer Academy is already in such a bad state, so how bad can it get? Moreover, I think that your lousy academy needs someone like him who has the courage and will to fight. The younger generation of your academy will be a bunch of cowards without someone like him to lead them." Xiao Bieli glanced at her and said, "You think really highly of him." She glanced at Xiao Bieli and spoke indifferently. "At the very least, he's braver than you. He dared to attack a diamond rank power on his own and become enemies with two great powers just for his own wife." Xiao Bieli's expression was slightly stiff. He didn't dare to look at her and just gazed at Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi instead. "Head back to White Deer Academy. Even emperors can dream of killing both of you once you get there." Yang Yi would naturally not be foolish enough to insist on leaving with Xiao Bieli and the beautiful woman. Based on Xiao Bieli's strength, he would only be a burden if he stayed. So, Yang Yi immediately took Xiao Yushi in his arms, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground. His figure shot into the air towards White Deer Dimension. "Don't even think of it." Feng Qingyu's face instantly had a ferocious expression on it. "Activate the Grand Formation. Disciples of Thousand Crane Sect, kill Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi. Leave quickly." Xiao Bieli's voice resounded, and then both he and the beautiful woman charged towards Emoji and Feng Qingyu. "You're courting death." Emoji had a ferocious expression on his face as well. It didn't take long for all four of them to vanish on the spot. They were quasi-emperors. If they fought here, then it would draw the attention of the Heaven Tao and even the Guardians of Radiant Dimension. So, they immediately entered a pocket of space. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had raised his speed to his limits. But right when he was about to charge out of Thousand Crane City, a huge barrier of light suddenly enveloped the entire city. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he flicked a strand of sword energy forward, and it instantly slammed against the barrier of light. The sword energy instantly dispersed when it collided against the barrier of light, and the barrier of light remained completely unharmed. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi spoke softly. "This barrier was left behind by the Thousand Crane Sect's founding ancestor, and every single sect master has been enhancing this formation throughout the years. It can be said that only an emperor, or perhaps the joint forces of numerous quasi-emperors, can break open this formation." Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a few thousand beams of light shot up from within Thousand Crane Sect, and then they swiftly changed direction and shot towards Thousand Crane City. At the same time, numerous figures flashed out of the entire city, and all of them shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 10 Saint Realm sword servants appeared around Xiao Yushi. "You refuse to let me leave? Then I won't." Yang Yi stretched out his right hand and roared with fury, "Heaven's gravestone." Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the air. In an instant, boundless slaughter intent surged out like the tide from within Yang Yi. "Heaven's gravestone. I'll let you drink your fill today." As soon as Yang Yi spoke, countless rays of blood-red sword energy covered the heavens and the earth as they shot out in all directions. Chapter 11-12. Almost 100 experts in the city were instantly sliced into half by the blood-red sword energy, and then their blood instantly transformed into torrents that converged towards Yang Yi and surged into the blood-red sword in his grasp. "Kill!" Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot up into the air before he took Heaven's gravestone in both hands and swung it towards the distance. A group of experts from Thousand Crane City, who had just started charging over from 3 kilometers away, were instantly sliced into pieces. In the end, the blood within them shot up into the sky and converged towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his sword swiftly in midair, and his sword energy shot out in all directions, while countless shrill cries resounded throughout the city. Torrent after torrent of blood shot up into the air within the city, and they converged towards Yang Yi. It was a slaughter. It was a complete and utter slaughter. With the enhancement provided by his void rank sword intent and slaughter intent, Yang Yi's sword intent had arrived at an extremely terrifying extent. Besides some high-rank saints, practically everyone else died immediately upon coming in contact with his sword energy. Meanwhile, the experts from Thousand Crane Sect arrived, and it was Hua Mujin who led the group. There were almost 100 high-rank saints amongst them, and the rest were saints as well. Obviously, the Thousand Crane Sect knew how formidable Yang Yi was, so they hadn't sent ordinary disciples to give their lives away. Kill him! Hua Mujin's ghastly voice resounded. In an instant, countless experts shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi pressed heaven's gravestone against the center of his forehead. A moment later, his figure instantly transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot forward at extreme speed. Death by a thought. Yang Yi hadn't executed the ultimate version of death by a thought, and had merely enhanced it with the speed from the sword wings and the laws of speed. However, with two types of void rank intents enhancing it as well and coupled with the might of heaven's gravestone, it was extremely terrifying. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many people here hadn't even recovered from their shock when the heads of 3 high-rank saints instantly flew into the air while their bodies were still charging forward. Their figures continued charging for around 1 kilometer before they finally crashed down from midair, and their blood shot up into the sky and surged towards Yang Yi. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. He killed 3 high-rank saints with a single attack. Meanwhile, Hua Mujin's voice resounded again. His strength is extraordinary. Don't underestimate him and kill him with your full strength. In an instant, 100 high-rank saints and a few hundred saints surrounded Yang Yi. Xiao Yushi's expression changed drastically. Even though Yang Yi was strong, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight 100 high-rank saints and a few hundred saints. After all, such numbers were sufficient to surround and kill a quasi-emperor. If Yang Yi wasn't injured, then perhaps he could still fight them. However, he was heavily injured right now. Bang! An explosion resounded, and a figure was blasted away. Xiao Yushi's pupils constricted when she saw that figure. It was Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire body was covered in injuries, and there were even many parts of his body that had sunken down, bulged up, or warped in various different ways. The reason he had been able to fight 100 high-rank saints and a few hundred ordinary saints was because of his strong physical defenses, because ordinary saints weren't able to penetrate his defenses. However, no matter how strong his physical defenses was, it couldn't endure the sheer number of opponents he faced right now. Moreover, some high-rank saints were capable of penetrating his defenses. Hua Mujin waved her right hand, and she led the charge towards Yang Yi. He's almost exhausted. Kill him. The other saints hurriedly followed behind her. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of crystal blue light descended from the sky and entered Yang Yi's body. In an instant, his entire body turned crystal blue. It was the true stellar ward technique. Yang Yi flipped his left palm, and the ancient sheath appeared there. He sheathed heaven's gravestone before drawing it swiftly. Oem! A sword howl resounded as a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed. A high-rank saint in the distance was instantly slashed into 2, and his internal organs sprayed out into the air while accompanied by torrents of blood. It was an extremely bloody sight. It was 100 overlapped heaven rends. It was the heaven rend technique that had been enhanced by void rank slaughter intent and sword intent. Had killed a high-rank saint with a single attack. A moment later, Yang Yi sheathed heaven's gravestone again, and then he drew it swiftly. A ray of sword energy flashed, and then the head of another high-rank saint from Thousand Crane Sect flew up into the air. The blood-red sword was sheathed again, and it was drawn again. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Yi had drawn his sword 10 times in succession, and the Thousand Crane Sect had lost 10 high-rank saints in succession. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had been surrounded by the experts of the Thousand Crane Sect again. But Yang Yi was bashed up again as he had in the previous collision between him and the group of experts. Yang Yi forcefully resisted their attacks with the help of the Stellar Ward technique. Even though it still hurt, Head resisted their attack. At the same time, Yang Yi completely disregarded his defenses as it was impossible to defend against his enemies in such a situation. Regardless of whether they were ordinary saints or high-rank saints, any cultivator who faced Yang Yi would almost definitely be killed. In just around 10 minutes, 20 of the high-rank saints here had perished. As for ordinary saints, almost 100 of them had perished. Something else worthy of mentioning was that when any saint perished here, the spirit energy that dispersed from them would converge at Yang Yi's chest. It converged towards him just like blood converged towards his sword. Heaven's gravestone was absorbing the blood, and it was naturally Snowy who was absorbing the spirit energy. However, she didn't dare to show herself and could only absorb it in secret. Because of Yang Yi's terrifying defenses, the experts of Thousand Crane sect grew more and more horrified as the battle continued. Yang Yi's attainments in the Sword Dao were extremely formidable, and it was especially so when he possessed two types of Void rank Intense and an Emperor rank sword. Every single attack of his was extremely terrifying. It was comparatively better for high-rank saints, but ordinary saints would instantly die upon contact with his attacks. It would have been a huge problem if that was all. After all, no matter how strong Yang Yi was, he was just a single person, and he wasn't an emperor. But his physical defenses were the problem. Yang Yi's physical defenses were truly too horrifying. Besides a few people here, the others were utterly incapable of penetrating his defenses. As for the few who could, even if they could penetrate his defenses and cause a certain level of harm to him, it wasn't lethal harm. So, after a period of intense battle, more and more were dying from the Thousand Cranes sect. As for Yang Yi, while he seemed to be heavily injured, he still had the strength to fight, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Another while passed, and over 30 high-rank saints had perished by now. As for the other saints, around 200 had perished. Hua Mujin's expression was absolutely unsightly. Suddenly, she gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, "Capture Xiao Yushi." After all, Yang Yi would have no choice but to allow himself to be captured if they captured Xiao Yushi. The high-rank saints who were in battle with Yang Yi were stunned when they heard her, and then one of them abandoned his position in the encirclement around Yang Yi and shot towards Xiao Yushi. As for the remaining high-rank saints, they did all they could to keep Yang Yi busy. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Hua Mujin, and the latter's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot, and he was behind Hua Mujin when his figure appeared again. Hiss! Hua Mujin's head shot up into the air while a fountain of blood sprayed from her severed neck. Hua Mujin's eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Obviously, she hadn't expected that she would have been killed by a single attack from Yang Yi. That attack was absolutely swift. Yang Yi paid no attention to Hua Mujin's death. He stomped the space below him with his right foot, and the entire expanse of space there collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. The eyes of that high-rank sainthood charged over to Xiao Yushi suddenly opened wide, and then his head flew up into the air just as Hua Mujin's head had. However, Yang Yi almost slumped to the ground. If it wasn't for the support provided by the blood-red sword in his grasp, then he would have fallen to the ground. At this moment, his crystal blue skin had started to crack apart. At the same time, countless parts of his body sunk down. Especially his chest and back, they were completely deformed now. Xiao Yushi's expression changed, and she ran towards Yang Yi. However, she had only arrived around 10 m before Yang Yi when a strand of terrifying slaughter intent pushed her back repeatedly. Yang Yi held Heaven's gravestone with both hands while countless torrents of blood surged towards him from all directions. As the torrents of blood surged into him, the blood-red glow he emanated grew darker and darker. At this point, it was a deep dark red. At the same time, an endless intent to slaughter and evil energy surged out incessantly from him. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like a god of death. "Yushi, don't come close to me later." Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke abruptly, and his clear right eye had started to change color. Head killed too much, and his void-rank sword intent was on the verge of being unable to suppress his void-rank slaughter intent. Kill him. He's on the verge of exhaustion. The experts of the Thousand Crane sect were delighted when they saw Yang Yi like this. With their discerning ability, they were naturally able to discern that it wasn't just Yang Yi's profound energy that had dried up, he was heavily injured as well. It could be said that Yang Yi was truly on the verge of exhaustion, and they could kill Yang Yi if they just put in a little more effort. It didn't take long for them to charge towards Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed into Yang Yi's eyes when he saw them charge at him. He relaxed his right grasp, and the blood-red sword transformed into a ray of blood-red light that entered his body. After that, he clenched his right fist. In an instant, the space around them started to tremble violently. It was an imposing aura. A powerful and imposing aura had suddenly appeared here. A moment later, Yang Yi smashed his right fist forward. Bang! An absolutely destructive force shot out from Yang Yi's fist, and the space before him instantly collapsed while shrill cries resounded incessantly. At the same time, countless torrents of blood surged incessantly into the blood-red sword that had appeared in Yang Yi's grasp once more. A short while passed before the surroundings returned to calm. At this moment, only 30 high-rank saints from the Thousand Crane sect remained. As for the other saints, practically all of them were annihilated. As for the ordinary cultivators in the surroundings, their deaths were simply uncountable. Even though the remaining high-rank saints were still alive, they were heavily injured. At this moment, all of them were looking at Yang Yi with horror and shock. At this moment, they were truly terrified. When the final drop of blood in the surroundings surged into the blood-red sword, Yang Yi's slightly clear right eye had instantly turned blood-red, and then a savage expression appeared on his face. Yang Yi stuck out his tongue and licked the blood that had seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and he spoke greedily. How delicious! Chapter 11:13. He has gone mad. One of the high-rank saints from the Thousand Crane sect spoke with a trembling voice. He has been fully taken control of by his intent to kill. He has gone mad. Hiss. That high-rank saint had just finished speaking when a ray of blood-red light flashed, and then his head flew up into the air. Kill. Yang Yi's ferocious voice resounded, and then he vanished on the spot. After that, countless rays of blood-red light shot towards the remaining 29 high-rank saints. Retreat. Their expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they couldn't be bothered about the sect master's orders anymore. They immediately turned around and shot towards the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, Yang Yi had gone completely mad. Most importantly, the might of his sword was countless times stronger than before. The slaughter intent and evil energy it emanated was even able to affect them now. Even though it wasn't to the extent of being corrupted into utter machines of slaughter, their strengths reduced immensely because they had to divide a portion of their mental strength to resist the slaughter intent and evil energy which Yang Yi emanated. In short, they were afraid, and they didn't dare to face Yang Yi anymore. However, Yang Yi had no intention to spare them. He immediately chased those high-rank saints. Even though Yang Yi's cultivation was much lower than theirs, his speed wasn't weaker to theirs at all. As soon as he caught up to one of them, he immediately drew his sword and swung it. A ray of blood-red sword energy flashed through the sky. Hiss! The saint in front of Yang Yi was instantly slashed into two. Yang Yi didn't stop moving. His figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot and pursued the next high-rank saint. Xiao Yushi was slightly stunned by this scene, and then she hastily chased after him. The sword servants around her immediately protected her as well. It didn't take long for Xiao Yushi to arrive outside the Thousand Crane sect, and Yang Yi had killed 3 more high-rank saints. At this moment, the entire Thousand Crane sect was enveloped by a barrier of light, and Yang Yi was using Heaven's gravestone to strike it in succession. The barrier of light was rumbling incessantly under his powerful swings. Countless disciples of the Thousand Crane sect resided within the barrier. At this moment, all of them were looking at Yang Yi, who seemed like a figure made out of blood. There was an evil smile on Yang Ye's face, and it was a horrifying smile. The countless disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect here were extremely astounded when they saw Yang Yi strike the barrier of light over and over again. What is he trying to do? Around 100 high-rank saints and hundreds of ordinary saints had returned in miserable defeat. So, if Yang Yi were to break open the barrier of light, then could anyone stop him? No one could. Unless a quasi-emperor came, no one could stop him. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from within the Thousand Cranes sect, and then an old woman arrived here. She gazed at Yang Yi from the other side of the barrier of light and roared with fury, "Yang Yi, what exactly do you want?" Yang Yi glanced at the old woman, and her expression instantly changed while she unconsciously took a step back. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes seemed like they had oceans of blood within them, and even if they were separated by the formation, her heart still couldn't help but palpitate before the baleful energy within Yang Yi's eyes. He can't be allowed to enter the sect. That was what the old woman thought at this moment. Yang Yi's strength and defensive ability were too terrifying. Once he was allowed to enter the sect, then even if they were able to kill him in the end, the Thousand Crane sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. The Thousand Crane sect couldn't afford to lose any more experts right now. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old woman, and he just swung his sword against the barrier of light again. Disciples of my Thousand Crane sect, form the Thousand Crane formation. Suddenly, the old woman's voice resounded through the sect, and then the thousands of disciples here immediately recovered from their shock. Their figures flashed off, and they quickly took their places here. In next to no time, a huge circular formation was created, and they started to move their hands and form strange seals. As soon as they started forming the seals, a huge blue circle of light appeared beneath their feet, and it didn't take long for the circle of light to start spinning swiftly. In an instant, the spirit energy throughout the sect surged towards the circle. "Kill him!" The old woman's ghastly voice resounded. "Kill!" The thousands of disciples here roared furiously in unison, and then a beam of blue light shot out from every single one of them. In an instant, thousands of beams of blue light shot up into the sky. The beams of light converged in the sky, and they formed a huge pillar of light that was over 500 m thick. A moment later, the pillar of light slammed down towards Yang Yi, who remained outside the formation. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, and then his face instinctively became solemn as he gazed at the pillar of light. Even though his mind wasn't clear, it didn't represent that he was a fool. He just wanted to kill, and he really yearned to kill right now. As for everything else like his combat instinct, they were all very normal. "Kill!" Yang Yi roared furiously as he swung his sword at the pillar of light. A beam of sword energy shot out from his sword and slammed against it. Bang! A resounding explosion swept through the sky, and then Yang Yi's sword energy shattered apart. As for the pillar of blue light, it didn't slow down at all and instantly slammed against Yang Yi's chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood instantly sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth, and then he was pushed around 3 kilometers back. At this moment, the crystal blue skin on his body had started to crack apart. Good! Countless disciples cheered from within the Thousand Cranes scene. This attack had boosted their confidence, and they felt that no matter how strong Yang Yi was, could he rival the joint forces of thousands of experts? He was just a half-saint and not an emperor. Xiao Yushi's expression changed when she saw Yang Yi being injured, and she charged towards Yang Yi. However, just like before, she had been pushed back by his slaughter intent before she could even get close to him. Xiao Yushi clenched her fists while killing intent filled her eyes, but there was a trace of extreme helplessness within her eyes as well. Yang Yi licked off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and he completely disregarded the injuries he suffered. The ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp, and then he sheathed his sword before walking towards the Thousand Cranes sect. The faces of the disciples within the Thousand Cranes sect turned grim upon witnessing this scene, because they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually refuse to give up. "Kill!" Suddenly, the old woman's voice resounded once more. In an instant, countless beams of blue light shot up into the sky, and they similarly converged into a huge pillar of light in the end. After the pillar of light appeared in the sky, The entire expanse of sky there started to tremble as well. Slash. Yang Yes' furious voice resounded through the sky, and then he drew his sword. A ray of blood-red light flashed, and then many hadn't even been able to react to it before it collided with the huge pillar of blue light. It was 120 overlapped heaven rends. A moment of silence ensued, and then the pillar of blue light was sliced into two before the ray of blood-red sword energy slammed against the barrier of light which protected the Thousand Cranes sect. Bang! An explosion that shook the sky resounded, and then the barrier of light trembled while many cracks appeared on it. The disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect were horrified when they witnessed this scene. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the barrier of light, and then he pressed Heaven's gravestone tip against it. He spun Heaven's gravestone while the decay laws entered the barrier of light through Heaven's gravestone. As soon as the decay laws came into contact with the barrier of light, it immediately started trembling violently before starting to thin. The pupils of all the disciples constricted at this scene. After all, that sect-guarding formation was something that could even stop a quasi-emperor. Actually, it required the joint forces of at least 3 quasi-emperors in order to break through it. Yet now, Yang Yi had shaken its defenses by himself. How monstrous is he? Everyone, prepare yourself. Meanwhile, the old woman's voice resounded once more. Elder, we can't hold on anymore. Meanwhile, a disciple walked over to the old man's side. The other disciples have almost exhausted all their profound energy. Our profound energy will dry up if we activate the formation again. If the formation is destroyed then we'll be able to do nothing but be slaughtered. The important matter at hand is to notify the sect master or summon our ancestor. Summon our ancestor? The old man suddenly roared with fury. A half-saint attacked us. Yet you actually want us to summon our ancestor? Do you want our Thousand Crane sect to become the laughingstock of the Central Divine Prefecture? The old woman took a deep breath at this point, and then she turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. I've notified the sect master. Now, make everyone power the formation once more. His profound energy has almost dried up. The moment that happens is the moment hell die. That disciple hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. Kill. The voices of thousands of disciples resounded once more, and then a huge pillar of blue light slammed down towards Yang Yi again. Watch out! Xiao Yushi hurriedly shouted. Yang Yi stopped attacking the barrier of light, and then he sheathed Heaven's gravestone before drawing it immediately. Hiss! A beam of sword energy shot forward again. As soon as it shot out from the ancient sheath, the others were able to clearly discern that Yang Yi's body seemed as if it had been emptied, and he almost crashed down from the sky. All the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect were overjoyed by this scene. Yang Yi's profound energy had dried up. Bang! Yang Yi's blood-red beam of sword energy and the pillar of blue light shattered, and then countless waves of energy swept towards the surroundings. As for Yang Yi, that all-powerful fellow from before had actually been blasted almost 1 kilometer back by the wave of energy. Haha, Yang Yi, your profound energy has finally dried up. Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian, who's been hiding until now, suddenly appeared in the sky. Deactivate the formation. The old woman suddenly spoke ferociously. Both that little bitch, Xiao Yushi, and Yang Yi can't be spared. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. Don't kill them. Keep them alive so that I can torch their souls and make them suffer an eternity of feeling their souls burn. It was Feng Qingyu's voice. Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian laughed ferociously. Don't kill that woman, Xiao Yushi. If I, Mo Yuntian, want someone, then I'll definitely obtain her. I'm going to do her in front of that fellow. Yang Yi. Haha, just thinking about it feels so exciting. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his head slowly, and there was an evil smile on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 11:14. Mo Yuntian stood in midair as he gazed at Xiao Yushi, and he spoke ferociously. Bitch, you actually dared to run off with another man behind my back. Since you refused when I gave you face and tried to marry you, then I'll completely humiliate you later. Mo Yuntian was naturally filled with extreme rage. Xiao Yushi was someone he intended to marry, yet Shed actually run off with another man. If news of it were to spread, then what would the Central Divine Prefecture think of him? Especially those disciples of the Mo clan, who were his enemies, and the disciple of the other 3 clans. Just thinking about it caused the rage in Mo Yunshin's heart to surge explosively. Bitch! Mo Yuntian roared furiously as he shot towards Xiao Yushi. Watch out! Suddenly, a horrified voice resounded from within the Thousand Cranes sect. Mo Yuntian was slightly stunned. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of him, and the pungent smell of blood surged into his body. This aura caused him to feel suffocated and almost vomit on the spot. Even though Head been caught off guard, Mo Yuntian was an expert on the martial rankings at any rate, and Head swiftly swung his sword when he realized that the situation wasn't good. Clang! Mo Yuntian felt like his sword had struck a piece of iron, and the collision numbed his entire arm. Mo Yuntian was shocked. He focused his gaze and saw that his sword had struck Yang Ye's head. However, his sword hadn't been able to penetrate Yang Ye's physical defenses, and it caused his face to instantly turn ghastly pale. Finished. That was the last thought that arose in his mind. Sure enough, a sword was pressed against his throat. It was naturally Yang Yi. His profound energy had dried up, but he still had stellar energy. Moreover, he had snowy, so his profound energy's speed of recovery was beyond anyone's imagination. Stop! A furious howl resounded through the sky, and then Emoji and a beautiful woman appeared here. At the same time, Xiao Bieli and Feng Qingyu appeared in the sky as well. The gazes of everyone here converged on Yang Yi. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi actually still had profound energy. Did his profound energy not dry up just now? He just acted like that to deceive everyone? The expressions of Feng Qingyu and everyone from the Thousand Cranes sect became extremely unsightly when they thought up to this point. Of course, the most unsightly expression belonged to Mo Yuntian. Head thought that he could take advantage of the situation, but he hadn't expected to have gotten himself captured instead. At this moment, Emoji, Feng Qingyu, Xiao Bieli, and the green-robed woman felt a wave of fear in their hearts when they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't seem human at all. He was completely blood-red, and even his eyes seemed to contain oceans of blood. Moreover, even they didn't dare underestimate the slaughter intent and baleful energy that Yang Yi emanated. How many did he kill to become like that? Emoji stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Let him go. There was no color in Yang Yi's eyes except blood red. Everyone watched as Yang Yi seemed to be visibly struggling. Xiao Bieli and the others knew that Yang Yi was resisting the slaughter intent within him. A long time passed before a trace of clarity returned to his right eye. Xiao Bieli instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this. At the same time, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. As for Emoji and Feng Qingyu, there was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Yang Yi had been completely corrupted by his slaughter intent just now, and had become a complete machine of slaughter. Even though that made him strong, he was just a puppet that had been enslaved by his slaughter intent. However, if he could resist it and enslave his slaughter intent instead, then it would be extremely terrifying. While Yang Yi hadn't fully accomplished it, had resisted his slaughter intent at the very least. Such willpower and mental strength was beyond terrifying for a half-saint. Let him go? I can. But you have to fuck off right now. Come get him from White Deer Academy in 3 days from now. Yang Yi gazed at Emoji while a ferocious expression covered his face. Are you threatening me? Emoji's face was gloomy. I am. Yang Yi spoke fiercely. If you want him to live, then fuck off right now. My Emo clan never bows to threats. Never. Emoji's face was savage. Yang Yi, let me see if you dare to kill him. Second uncle. Emo Yunshin's expression changed. He was about to speak when Emoji suddenly roared with fury. Shut up. As a disciple of the Emo clan, you can't embarrass the Emo clan even if you're about to die. Let me see if he dares to kill you. As he spoke, he gazed at Xiao Bieli and said, if Emo Yuntian dies, then your White Deer Academy will be my Emo clan's enemy. Xiao Bieli's face fell. Even though he was fighting Emoji right now, it could only be considered as personal enmity, but if Yang Yi killed Mo Yuntian, then the enmity would be escalated to become between the Mo clan and White Deer Academy. Could White Deer Academy fight the Mo clan right now? Xiao Bieli gazed at Yang Yi and was about to speak, but Yang Yi suddenly said, Dean Xiao, would Emoji leave if I let Mo Yuntian go? No, he wouldn't. He has the Mo clan standing behind him, so he can act against us and White Deer Academy without any fear, because he's certain that we wouldn't dare to kill them. After all, once we kill them, it would be equivalent to facing the entire Mo clan. So, he can bully us and oppress us without any fear at all. Yang Yi paused for a moment and said, our forbearance today might not bring peace to us, and it'll make them try to bully us even further instead. Moreover, if we exercise forbearance today, then the other powers and inhabitants of the Central Divine Prefecture would think that our White Deer Academy's strength is waning. At that time, not to mention diamond rank powers, even platinum rank powers might dare to bully us. Xiao Bieli's eyes narrowed slightly. In the end, he closed his eyes. How could he not be aware of what Yang Yi was talking about? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Mo clan or Thousand Crane sect, they were certain that White Deer Academy wouldn't dare to enter into war with them. So, they didn't give him any face at all. Most importantly, it was just as Yang Yi had said. If they exercised forbearance today, then their academy might have to face endless trouble from now on. That was how the world worked. People like to bully the weak. A short while passed before Xiao Bieli spoke. You deal with it. No matter what you do, you'll have White Deer Academy's support. Since had gotten on Yang Yi's boat, he naturally chose to stay until the end of the journey, because he had no other choice. Abandon Yang Yi and gain peace? Not to mention that it wasn't the way he did things. White Deer Academy's morale would instantly plummet if he did that. Moreover, there would probably be no geniuses who joined White Deer Academy from now on, because no one would join a power that sacrificed its students or disciples in order to gain peace. So, abandoning Yang Yi was no different than digging his own grave. However, Xiao Bieli felt lost as well. He was lost towards the future of White Deer Academy, because having a madman like Yang Yi as a student of the academy came with both fortune and calamity. Moji's face grew even gloomier when he heard Xiao Bieli. Feng Qingyu's expression had become unsightly as well. Why had Yang Yi been acting so arrogantly until now? It was because he had Xiao Bieli and White Deer Academy's support. If he lost their help, then killing Yang Yi would only take a moment. Yet now, Xiao Bieli actually intended to accompany Yang Yi in his madness. Even though White Deer Academy's strength had declined immensely, it still couldn't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, that fellow from the Mo clan, are you going to fuck off or not? Moji's expression was extremely unsightly as he stared fixedly at Yang Yi. A long time passed before he spoke fiercely. No one can threaten my Mo clan. My Mo clan will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten it. Yang Yi, if you dare. Oh. Suddenly, Mo Yuntian howled miserably, and then the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Xiao Bieli's pupils had constricted slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. The eyes of the beautiful woman by Xiao Bieli's side were filled with shock and a trace of fear as well. As for the disciples from the Thousand Cranes sect, they seemed like they'd seen a ghost. All of their mouths were opened wide while their eyes were filled with shock and terror. As soon as Emoji had spoken those words, Yang Yi had suddenly used Heaven's gravestone as a saw and started to saw through Mo Yunshin's throat. Blood was spraying out from Mo Yunshin's throat. In the beginning, he was able to let out shrill cries, but it didn't take long for him to be unable to make a single sound. His eyes were opened wide and had almost popped out of their sockets, and they were filled with terror and the intent to plead for mercy. His entire body was twitching violently as well. Emoji's hands were clenched tightly together, and the killing intent in his eyes was seemingly material. Feng Qingyu was staring at Yang Yi as well, and her eyes were filled with killing intent just like Emoji. But besides killing intent, there was a trace of fear in her eyes as well. Those who were unafraid of death weren't terrifying. The truly terrifying were those who were unafraid of death and mad. Obviously, Yang Yi was such a person. Hiss. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to slowly saw off Imo Yunshin's head, and then blood shot out from Imo Yunshin's throat. Yang Yi grabbed Imo Yunshin's head and casually tossed it to Imo Ji. You said I wouldn't dare to, so now I'm telling you that you were wrong. Imo Ji gazed at Imo Yunshin's head for a short while, and then he raised his head to look at Yang Yi. He roared furiously like a wild beast. Yang Yi. As soon as his voice finished resounding through the air, his figure shot towards Yang Yi, but Xiao Bieli obstructed his path. Emoji roared furiously and attacked. Fuck off. Xiao Bieli would naturally not just stand there and suffer the attack. He counterattacked decisively, and both of them vanished on the spot. Feng Qingyu didn't stand by idly as well. She intended to attack at the same time that Emoji had. However, his expression suddenly changed drastically because Yang Ye's figure had shot towards the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, the expressions of all the disciples from the Thousand Crane sect had changed drastically. Feng Qingyu roared with fury. Yang Yi, don't you dare. I'll kill them right in front of you. Yang Ye's voice resounded from afar. After that, a ray of blood-red sword energy swept through the sky and entered the crowd of disciples from the Thousand Crane sect. Chapter 11:15. Hiss. A ray of sword energy flashed by, and then a few dozen disciples of the Thousand Crane sect were instantly slashed into two. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to charge into the crowd from the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, he was like a wolf that had entered a herd of sheep. The countless disciples here were utterly unable to resist his sword energy that was enhanced by two types of void rank intent. Moreover, they didn't have the courage or desire to fight him right now because the scenes from before had aroused fear within their hearts. After all, would anyone not feel fearful when facing a god of death? Thus, many disciples didn't choose to fight back when Yang Yi charged towards them, and they chose to flee instead. Actually, they could fight Yang Yi if they worked together as a united whole, and they might even be able to push Yang Yi back, because Yang Yi was all alone in the end, and regardless of whether it was his body, spirit, or energy, all of them were in extremely weak states right now. So, if the experts of the Thousand Crane sect worked together as one, then it was very likely that they would be able to push Yang Yi back. However, they didn't do that. They'd allowed themselves to fall into chaos instead. If an army was without a leader and fell into a chaotic state, then their threat towards Yang Yi would drop to its lowest possible level. In just a few breaths of time since he entered the crowd, over 100 had died at Yang Ye's hands. Shrill cries resounded throughout the Thousand Crane sect. But it was a diamond rank power in the end, so it didn't take long for some experts to organize the forces here and start to besiege Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was unstoppable at this point, and every single ray of blood-red sword energy would reap the lives of a few dozen. Suddenly, Feng Qingyu's voice resounded. Yang Yi, you can leave. At this moment, Feng Qingyu's hands were clenched tightly together, and her face was horrifyingly gloomy. She was staring fixedly at Yang Yi, who was within the crowd, and the killing intent in her eyes were practically material. The Thousand Crane sect had lost a huge number of experts, and if Yang Yi was allowed to continue killing, then there would be a severe lack of experts amongst its higher-ups. She had no choice but to let Yang Yi leave. At the very least, it could resolve the danger that the sect was facing right now. Yang Yi immediately stopped attacking when he heard Feng Qingyu, and then he turned around to look at her. You were the one who refused to let me leave, yet you are the one who's asking me to leave now. Who do you think you are? You think you can order me around? Yang Yi waved his right hand as soon as he finished speaking, and a ray of sword energy swept out and instantly slashed over a dozen experts into two. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu spoke fiercely. Yang Yi, do you really want to die? Yang Yi was about to speak when the beautiful green-robed woman spoke abruptly. Kid, quickly take her and leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi said, let's go. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind wasn't very clear, but theirs were absolutely clear. Even though the Thousand Crane sect didn't have any other quasi-emperor to send at Yang Yi, they had their ancestor. Once their ancestor was summoned, then not to mention Yang Yi, even Xiao Bieli might not be able to escape. Of course, The Thousand Crane sect would definitely not summon its ancestor unless it had no other choice. Because emperors had to pay a price to descend to the radiant dimension, the Thousand Crane sect couldn't afford the humiliation of summoning their ancestor to deal with a half-saint, and they couldn't bear the rage of their ancestor. However, the Thousand Crane sect would have no choice but to summon their ancestor if Yang Yi refused to stop killing. Yang Yi's eyes instantly cleared up a little more when he heard the beautiful woman and Xiao Yushi. He visibly struggled for some time, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi. He just looked at her for a long time, and then his eyes slowly closed while he was still visibly struggling. A long time passed, and then Yang Yi's right eye gradually grew clearer. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to flash over to Xiao Yushi's side, and he said, "Let's go." His objective had been to rescue Xiao Yushi and not kill. The slaughter head carried out earlier was firstly to protect himself, and secondly to force Feng Qingyu to let them go. Now, his plan had worked, and it wouldn't be worth it to continue causing trouble here. Feng Qingyu and the others from the Thousand Crane sect watched as Yang Yi flew into the sky with Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Feng Qingyu when he arrived before the barrier of light. The latter stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, "Just you wait." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, "Speak another word and I won't leave anymore." Feng Qingyu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she spoke. "Deactivate the formation." As soon as she gave the order, the barrier of light slowly dispersed. As soon as it fully dispersed, Yang Yi took Xiao Yushi in his arms and vanished from the city. At the same time that Yang Yi left, Feng Qingyu's voice resounded throughout Thousand Crane Dimension. "From today onward, my Thousand Crane sect is at war with White Deer Academy. Order all the disciples of our sect to show no mercy and kill any students from White Deer Academy that they see." Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then Emoji and Xiao Bieli appeared here. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Emoji's mouth. Xiao Bieli spoke indifferently as he gazed at Emoji. "You're no match for me." Emoji wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, "Just you wait. Just you wait for my Emo clan to arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Xiao Bieli looked up into the sky for a while, and then he looked at Feng Qingyu, Sect Master Feng. "Is there any chance of reconciliation?" "Reconciliation?" Feng Qingyu laughed ferociously. "Xiao Bieli, are you joking?" Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. "Then that's that." After that, he gazed at the beautiful green-robed woman. "Help me escort those two little fellows until they return to White Deer Academy. They'll go escort that elder from the Emo clan, and then pay a visit to some old friends." Obviously, reconciliation was impossible. So, the important matter at hand was to call on his friends. Because if nothing unexpected occurred, then the Thousand Crane sect and Emo clan would start their revenge soon. It was the revenge of two diamond rank powers, and the Emo clan was no ordinary diamond rank power. It was an ancient clan that had existed for countless years, and its resources and reserves could only be described as terrifying. Not to mention the current White Deer Academy. Even the past White Deer Academy would find it difficult to endure the attacks of two diamond rank powers. It could be said that White Deer Academy really was at a moment of life and death now. The beautiful green-robed woman glanced at Xiao Bieli, and then she nodded slightly and vanished into the sky. After that, Xiao Bieli vanished as well. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu clenched her fists, and a short while passed before her voice resounded once more through the surroundings. "Order all the elders who are training outside the sect to return." Outside Thousand Crane Dimension, Xiao Yushi spoke softly while she resided in Yang Yi's arms. "The closest city to Thousand Crane Dimension is Northern Darkness City. There's a teleportation formation there. We have to get there to teleport back to White Deer Dimension." Yang Yi didn't know if it was because of him or the Thousand Crane sect, but the teleportation formation in Thousand Crane City had been obliterated, so they had no choice but to look for another way to return to White Deer Dimension. Yang Yi nodded lightly, and then he flew in the direction she pointed towards. Xiao Yushi stretched out her hand to touch the cracked skin on Yang Yi's chest and spoke softly, "Does it hurt?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm used to it." Two streams of clear tears instantly flowed down her eyes when she heard him. Yang Yi lowered his head to kiss her on the forehead, and then he spoke softly, Men either shed blood or tears. I choose to shed blood. It's a path that I chose, so I have to continue on it regardless of how much blood flows from me. Xiao Yushi spoke softly, but most of your blood is lost because of us. You're mine. If I don't bleed for you, then should I hope that other men bleed for you instead? I wouldn't allow that. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he spoke seriously. I, Yang Yi, refuse to be a bad person or a good person in my life. If anyone touches someone close to me, then it doesn't matter if that person is a good or bad person. They'll kill that person without any hesitation. If it's for all of you, I don't care even if I make the entire world my enemy. You're still so impulsive. Xiao Yushi pressed her cheek against Yang Yi's chest and continued, but I like it. Most women hoped that their men would be heroes or devils for their sake. In short, the thing they cared about the most was whether their man loved them. As for women who would still love their husband and agree to their husband's actions of sacrificing them for the sake of the entire world or justice only existed in novels of chivalry. Everyone was selfish, and so were women, especially when it came to love. Yang Yi tightened his grip on her waist, and he enjoyed this short period of peace. Why was it short? Because he knew that a storm was coming. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Northern Darkness City under Yang Yi's full speed. Just like every other city, they had to pay a few to enter it. Yang Yi paid 2 violet crystals and entered the city. His main objective was to send Xiao Yushi back to White Deer Academy, because only then would she truly be safe for the time being. So, Yang Yi didn't waste any time and went to the teleportation platform in the city. Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi stood into the blue teleportation circle, and a ray of blue light immediately surged out and enveloped them completely. After that, their bodies started to gradually become faint. Suddenly, the blue light around them vanished. After that, a voice that was familiar to Yang Yi suddenly resounded. Yang Yi, it has been quite a few years since we last met. A quasi-emperor. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed because that quasi-emperor's aura had enveloped both him and Xiao Yushi. Obviously, that quasi-emperor had come with ill intent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.